with like a venti Starbucks. Like it was bad. So just I got a testimony that these hoodies from Dr. Drip, they clean up really well. Like I was afraid it was gonna leave like a big coffee mark, but nope. Uh, what a day.
I was thinking, wow, new design already. But I'm happy that you got it back to its old design. Uh oh, cool. I see Artreyu in the listeners panel. That's awesome. It's been a while since I've seen him. Much love, my brother. And yeah, everyone knows the deal. Request to come up to speak if you would like to talk about any topics, or if you're a new user, wondering about the Decentraland, have any questions, just press that request button. Like and retweet the room, comment. Um, Besides that, maybe Vanessa and I can sit in silence for the next hour or so, or yeah, we get some friends up here.
What are like some pressing issues in Decentraland nowadays?
Me fucking being invisible.
Yes, you being invisible. Yes, that is problematic. I have not changed my name because I feel like if I change my name, everything is gonna break. And not saying everything's working great, but at least I know who I am to some extent. But I do wish I could change my name. Is the name what broke it?
Um, I don't know. Somewhere between fixing the broken name, it broke somewhere. I like I had like gone to the Decentraland Discord under the help section, and I like dropped to like my issue. Hey, my names aren't working. I tried switching names. Everyone in chat can see my new name, but like when they look at my avatar, they see my old name, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, just clear cache, turn off and turn back on your browser, and then try
There
switching
is
names."
nothing more frustrating.
Ah, did I hit everybody?
There's
That
nothing
was
more frustrating than when the support staff gaslights you. I was like, damn, she muted me so fast. I wasn't even going to be that harsh.
I don't know if I hit you or if I was what like okay, why do they make the buttons so close to each other here? Like to get your mic on and off, mute everyone is right next to it. So I apologize. It won't be the last time I do
No
that.
worries. But yeah, but there's like, it's so frustrating when you're just like, no, listen, like my name's broken before. I've troubleshooted it. Like, I promise. Like, I know that it's broken. I'm gonna write you a nice bug about it. And they're like, well, just just in case. And it's like, come on. We both know that's not it. But the reason I wanted to come up was there's currently a lovely sit and go event with DG, and they're going to do a stream of the weekly raffle drawings they do. And I was just coming up here to be a good DG shill since it's my heaviest bag. It's on kick.com. You can just watch it. You don't have to listen. You can still talk. But so that's fun. And there's a sit and go event, so you can listen to this lovely conversation while playing some sit and goes because the music has officially stopped. Stoney only played for the first hour, so that's all I came up to say.
Okay, so where do they need to go for that?
For the drawing, you can go to kick.com/decentralgames and watch that. And then for the poker event, that is at -83.85 in the Coliseum in Decentraland.
Okay, awesome. So the Coliseum. Go there, win stuff. Has anybody gotten enough badges to get a parcel of land yet?
I know there are people who have. I actually might have just crossed that threshold the other day now that you mention it. I'm like laser focused on trying to get to the laptop. That's the thing I want to do, just because I need a new computer. So that just seems like a good outlet. But I think I technically could get land, which might be worthwhile to like look at the conversion of that. But I don't want to. I don't want to buy. I don't want to get one of the NFTs and then just sell them. Like that doesn't feel like seems silly. Like a computer I'll use. But they're also doing one of the raffles today is for a plot of land though, so someone's gonna get a plot of land today.
That's nuts. That's nuts. I mean,
they're really good parcels if you think
Yeah.
about it. Like DG is like giving out the like you're getting like prime real estate like in Vegas, in in the Vegas district area. So like in theory, they should command a premium whenever like if you're a speculator of such things. But you know,
Yeah, or if you wanted to make your own poker guild club and it's like right next to DG, and then someday they like make it so that you can monetize your own back room poker table places, that might not be bad either.
well, that's true because on the roadmap, like eventually there wasn't like there's gonna be a thing called like private like room NFTs, like which I don't know if that's gonna take the form in like private sit and goes or private like pseudo cash games, but that is a thing. So like theoretically, though I would like to see them do a version of that like with the meta residence tower setup, so that it's like everyone has this like I don't know. I would love to see a like when you go to the Grand Theft Auto casino and there's like you can get your little penthouse. Like I would love to see like that collab happen someday, but would be also I would find it rude to just like snap up meta residence idea like within the year of them doing it and then try to like outcompete them. That'd be rude. So hopefully someday they collab because I like what meta residence tower is doing, but I would love to just not have to leave the casino to go there.
Well, if there's one thing that I think we've all learned is that like the Decentraland of today is not going to be the Decentraland 6 months from now, 1 year from now, 2 years from now. I mean, for better or worse, it might change in many, many different ways. But I think like there have been so many adoptions that, that we couldn't have foreseen. Like DCL Worlds, even the way that DG has evolved and kind of branched out from the original casino and then ice poker. Like I don't know, to me I just try to always tell myself like anything's possible, even if it's a crazy idea. Like I hope it'll be possible someday.
Ooh, we should talk about the DAO plan, the proposal for the DAO to like just buy land indefinitely at a like 40,000 mana per month like budget. I feel like I feel like that's just such a flawed idea. Like I agree that the DAO should own some land that it can utilize, but like I don't think it is the DAO's responsibility to support the floor price of land. And I think that that's just like a misallocation of funds. Like once you have enough money, like enough land to like do things and like hold events and like do some like have enough for like grants if there's like if you wanted to like spend a bunch on like a huge parcel so that you could do like cool like game grants or event grants on like the DAO or DAO and land, that makes sense. But to just have it be blanketly like the DAO's gonna buy 40,000 mana worth of land every month, based on these criteria, but like that's the cap. There's like no USD associated with it, so like because like right now the argument's like, well, like it's only $20,000-ish, and if it goes down, it'll be even less. But it's like but like we're all obviously somewhat bullish on Decentraland, so like, and it was $5, and like I think spending $250,000 a month supporting the floor would just be insane. And they're like, well, we could just change it in the future. And it's like, yeah, but like there's no reason to not just put in some like safeguards to just be like, okay, like 4,000 mana a month, or $5,000, whatever, like whichever is like lower, because I don't know, because like every dollar you spend just artificially pumping the floor is $1 less you spend making it a better product. So and I think DG, because like countless times throughout my experience in DG, you'll see people like, the DAO should do a wearable buyback, and then the leadership has to explain like, listen guys, like if we spend all this money buying the wearables, like we can't spend money creating utility and things to do with the wearables, and it just makes infinitely more sense to use our capital to build instead of so like I don't know, I just don't I mean like I get like why people would want to support the idea of the DAO buying land, but I don't get why there's so much pushback on some kind of limitations or caps.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't voted on that one personally because I don't know. I don't think I agree with it either. Yeah, like you just mentioned, you're artificially pumping the floor, and then what? Once all like the people that minted their lands are like find a like a nice little safe haven, just selling it back to Decentraland, then what? Like Are we gonna like start selling the land at the floor that we want? How do we know people won't go under that floor? Um, yeah, lots of questions.
Yeah, it just seems like a short. It seems like a short-sighted solution to like a grander problem, and it also seems like a very like and it. And I get the vibe that it's coming from a more selfish perspective of like I have land bags and I want them supported, but being presented as like no, this is good for everyone and the DAOs should do it, and it feels very disingenuous because like you can all the things they're all the benefits they're arguing about like why they should have land like you can be accomplished with like you know okay a grant that has a very specific amount of land like okay how much land does the DAO need to do anything like what is a reasonable parameters for an estate size that the DAO could functionally use or like individual parcels like just you know
Hey,
and
it
it all
might
and
be
it
a good opportunity for Rob L to just dump the bag and profit from his free land.
there was like a brief 20-minute window with this because the guy who's made the proposal like used this like really metaphor heavy like very Rob L-esque thing where I was like man is this a Rob L sock puppet but that man has continued to I don't think he is anymore but there's just a brief window where I was like man if I was Rob L that's how I would do my criminal masterminding but no uh but I just think that but and also I think part of it because like there's this refusal to like associate it's like well we can't do USD because like man is the like the DAO I was like but the DAO's already decided that like curation fees for wearable submission should be paid based on USD value it's not mana so like there's already been this clear decision to like tether the value of things in the ecosystem to USD so part of it just feels like they're like it's from like an investor perspective it's like well like if mana outpaces my land investment like that will hurt me anyway I should have just bought mana instead so it just feels very much like a speculator like masking their their proposal that's good for the community as opposed to just being good for their pocket because I can't think of a logical reason to not have a USD cap on it since everything else throughout the DAO and it's like there's many examples of like USD caps like the budget and everything so it just doesn't make sense why this one element will just be whatever the man is worth that's what we'll spend
Yeah. I always wondered with the budget, like this is probably something that's already been answered. Like what happens if the budget doesn't hit the threshold or like the max budget payout for the quarter?
there's
Will
no
it like
rollover
just
zero
there's no
rollover
rollover? What? That's
and I actually I'm confused actually because like there was no grants for core dev team submitted in the first quarter so like and they based the budget off of what they spent last year and if there's no rollover in theory there's that should mean that there's like 25% of the money that was spent on core team last year has not been asked for and is now gone and doesn't roll over and it's because but it's a complicated equation of how they calculate the budget because it's like based on the value of mana so like there's like some elements of it are referencing to like how the budget broke down the prior year but it's also like calculated based on what mana's worth so like I'm sure there's a variable in this equation I'm missing, but it just feels like it not rolling over is like a huge oversight and error.
well.
But but I don't know.
Yes, yes, we're just degens, not professionals, everyone. And yeah, just would like to say hi to anyone that's just coming in. I see Argent, Hazardous, Knob, what's up, Tuda, and what up, Mies? Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. If anyone would like to come up, talk about anything you're doing, anything you're up to, wearables you're working on, whatever it may be, just request to come up to speak. You're more than welcome to. And for those that have not, make sure to like and retweet the room. Let's see, we have Greensifer coming up. What's up, Rovi gang?
What's up, dog? What's up, everybody? How are you guys?
Living the dream. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. I was just chilling. I heard you guys in here. I'm just like, let's see what everybody's up to.
Yeah, I wanted to come here. I was talking to Argent the other day. Uh, Argent got me really, really motivated, starting to create, getting me to start reading again. I started making music again, and I seen Canessa. Canessa's like, this space is going to be about music, NFTs, creators, and everything about the DAO. And I'm just like, hell yeah.
You know, the cool thing, Greensifer, we never know like how the space is going to go. And actually, like, how many of these have we done? Like 50, and no two spaces are the same. And so we've had some crazy cool spaces with like people talking about music NFTs and kind of the direction that that's going. And I don't see. Oh no, I do see Shelly. Okay, Shelly's getting me hooked on the Showtime app. But yeah, we don't talk about Showtime. That's like rule number one of the Showtime app. We don't talk about it. But yeah, like there it feels like there's so much in the music NFT space that is happening. I don't know, like everything in the space is happening. Everything's going so quick. So yeah, definitely it's cool. I can't wait to hear what you're creating.
Yeah, I hope I can finish it soon. I would love to release some more music. It's been like 4 or 5 years. I've never released anything. I'd sure love to release something for once. But I wanted to get your like all of your opinion on it as well. Um, like releasing NFTs is very, very tricky. Especially like something that you can't really like have a 10K collection on, like music. But I just want to get everyone's opinion. Like, if you were to ever explore something like that, how would you even like think about doing it?
Like selling music NFTs or any kind of NFTs.
Like creating a collection that is just a bunch of music NFTs.
I mean, I think NFTs for musicians are kind of difficult right now because like so many people in the space who got here like made it through like crypto investment side of things. So there's that like expectation of like ROI and value when like as it like so like finding the audience who's down to just like support a good musician is I think like difficult, which Shelley can speak to having spent the over better part of multiple years building like a community that does that. It's it is difficult to like find people in the crypto space who are like down to just support art purely. Like there's got to be that speculative element. So I don't know. It's a tough nut to crack.
I agree with that, Jared. I agree with that. That it's there's hard to find people that just like support artists. But would you also agree it's hard to find artists that create art just for the sake of creating art rather than to monetize?
Oh, definitely. I definitely think there's like a very like an ebb and flow, and yeah, 100% that like the crypto space is also very much filled with mostly people who've come trying to like to monetize, which I don't think there's anything wrong with that per se. I just think it depends on where you are in your journey as an artist. Which I had like a really interesting conversation with Rustan about this once. And I think that like because like there's definitely people who should have everyone should eventually be like if you want to monetize your efforts you should be free to do that. But I think that like you need to be willing to make your art for free. I think for people to get to a place where your art is worth paying for.
I agree.
So
That's so true.
but yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult nut to crack, and I think that like there's lots of people in the space I think making good headway at it. But I don't know. Toot his hands up. Does he have any thoughts on this?
Well, Tuda, you go.
Hey everyone. Just wanted to say hello. Hey Sinful. Hey Canessa. Hey Jared. Hey everyone. Just wanted to let you guys know what the Holy Ones have been up to. We've been working very, very hard on a big Decentraland push. We've right now we have a couple current DAO proposals within our own Holy Ones DAO, and it looks like hopefully we can get hopefully Sinful will be our next smoke room hosts. So we have a new smoking hangout, a smoking room hangout in the Holy Temple. It's on the second floor of Jesus, the Jesus side of the temple. If you guys have not been to the Holy Temple, we have 4 different corners, and so they're each represented by our holy deities or prophets. So we got like the Jesus, Moses, Vishnu, and Buddha temple. For Buddha, the second floor, Buddha, we are soon going to be having meditations on a either daily basis or weekly basis. We're still deciding on that. Where we will have some kind of someone leading meditations. We're still trying to figure the whole way out, but it'll be like a video meditation where either like sound washes or just other types of meditations. We're just trying to basically expand all different types of experiences within Decentraland. So another experience so we have the smoking room experience that we're coming out with. We are having the which, like I said, Sinful will be hosting on a weekly basis. We're still getting everything situated with that. So that will be coming soon, hopefully. And if it obviously has to pass the Dow. Also, we have the meditations coming out, which will be weekly. And then we are now also getting a adult metaverse area for the Holy Ones. It'll be for everyone, obviously, and all of these are for everyone. So we definitely welcome everybody to come out. But obviously the adult metaverse, the adult metaverse would be more of a sorry, I just noticed something. Sorry, yeah. So I just wanted to kind of share my opinion. That's why I was coming up here, on this. But yeah, so the adult metaverse would be more of a area where 18 and older would be allowed to do stuff like that. But I think I was interrupting a topic, and I do apologize if I interrupted. I was kind of doing a couple things, so I apologize if I interrupted on this topic.
I think you're all good too. It jumps around
Yeah.
so fast. So
Yeah. I was
you're good.
like listening, and then I'm like off, and then I'm like, yeah. So I apologize. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of give everybody an update what the Holy Ones were doing. So we got a lot more coming for you besides our games in the bottom floor. But yeah, I'm excited to hear more about what everybody has to say, and yeah, thanks again.
Do you have, sorry, just again, what's your next coming up, the next soonest event that we can go to?
Well, every week right now we are doing we have the holy tournaments. We're about to start. We haven't been doing the actual events on the events page, but we are going to start pushing them a little bit more on the events page. We've been doing blackjack and war tournaments on the just kind of free play tournaments, but we also have the on-chain betting every day. So you can always go to, the Holy Ones on the first floor of the Holy Temple Casino, and you can basically always play for real mana, real Matic. So you always have that chance. But yeah, right now it's every week, every Tuesday. I forget the time because our time changes, obviously, but it's every Tuesday, and we're about to start putting the events out and be a little bit more straightforward with it. But yeah, those free tournaments, you can win wearables every Tuesday. So but then meditations is coming out soon, and the smoking room will be coming out soon. So, and like I said, I apologize for interrupting the conversation.
That's
You're good,
dope.
bro. I've actually never had a chance to actually like hear about the holy ones properly, so this is actually really awesome. If anything, I would like to feel the fire, and I would actually like to hear a little bit more, if you would.
If that's okay with everybody, I'm happy to.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
I
know,
hope it is.
okay,
If I
yeah. So,
if I
oh,
can
sorry.
just
Go ahead.
yeah, if I can just interrupt just a little
Yes,
to
yes.
maybe put there a hangout, a question to think about that about being an artist. There are, let's say, two ways. Is the feeling that you are, and one is a person that dedicates their life to do artistic things because it's their profession. So, ergo, it's like any other profession. And sometimes with digital, it came also not sometimes, but with digital, we achieve certain a generalization on the good side of everybody is more able to now create art than some years ago with analogic, for example, because it's way too much expensive. So it's more democratized the tools, and now being an artist is not something like that bohemical in the mind for the people that is an artist, because it's just like any other profession. But in the crypto space, also, there's a bunch of people that use AI to create art. And as I said, in one of, I think the last time that we were talking about AI, is that, well, when is the artist the AI or you, if you're using the AI? But you are the one that is using or you are commercializing that type of art. So I think that the answer that Green was initiating with this, to me, will be like when, for example, an artist that its profession, because it's their way of living, is creating art in any shape or form, can or not, or will, um, how to say it, make it on a way that is just for the art, or just for the idea of being paid. For example, to me, the answer to this question is depends. If you don't need the money and you do it as a donation or whatever, of course you need it. So you can do whatever. If you do an astonishing piece of art and you don't need and you want to gift it away, you can gift it because it's your work. But as any other profession, we have to think if in any to other kind of professions, we will be asking them for doing this by free, or giving away the art, or their art, or not, because sometimes we take too much for granted certain things with artists, but also with educators. Educators also have the same issue. Sometimes we take for granted that people that has a background in education will be able to help you. And yes, they can help you. And yes, of course, when sometimes, for example, when the other day that or the hour of the FAFO hour, you know, here I see Scott there with our job that he gives for free. He's there with the community, supporting and giving away the knowledge. And that is really important also to have in mind. And that maybe we took sometimes for granted too many things that we shouldn't, not as collectors, nor as supporters or of education or art that are pillars, as well as ecology, but ecology in digital is more difficult. But the thing is to have in mind that thing of, well, if someone asks me, for example, I am a lawyer, and I'm not a lawyer. I mean, if you are, for example, whatever, someone that is any kind of profession, non-administrative, something like that. Of course, for example, you can do non-profit help to, for example, a non-profit to, if you are accountant guy, counting, that what you do is to try to help an NFT, a non-profit to with the balance of the earnings or the benefits and what is going the money to spend, the balance, you know, the benefits and the costs and all this shit that probably the people, if it's a small non-profit, probably the people there will not know. But that is another thing, you know. What do you think about in the NFT? How we see that in the NFT world, in the digital world, is a problem. Digital also as well a problem or also a solution. So, what are your insights about it?
In my opinion, I think NFTs kind of like helped us solve this problem, but at the same time, it kind of like created like an insane problem also, just because now, yeah. So here, let me actually structure my thought and then say it. So you're you know how people price their NFTs, right? In economics, I would say, I'm not an economist, but I would say that supply and demand rule everything wherever you go, whether it's art or anything like utility or anything, right? um so it's not the blockchain enables us to not only like spread our content like to a known community, hey, um but on top of that, it allows us to like actually like earn from it as well, potentially, right? Assuming that there's traction and you've actually created value, because it's easy to pump and dump something, but like to actually have like steady growth and actually provide value, you have to have provided value in the first place with your art, right? Otherwise it will fizzle out and nobody will remember it.
Well,
But
I don't, but see, like, I think that's like commoditizing. That's not the right word, but like, providing value with your art is such a like subjective term. Like, I like have, pictures I've paid 3 times as much to frame as they'd cost me back in my day of having enough money to pay to get things framed. Those are the
Uh,
days. But the point
um,
is, like, that $80 photo, like, has provided me incredible value enough to, like, frame it. And I don't know.
but
So,
I guess the tangible metric in this scenario would be, Jared, like after like you've moved on to the next realm or whatever, and somebody else finds that particular piece of art, and they also find value in that piece of art, and they continue to appreciate it.
Oh
Now
no,
that
they're
art.
going to be like, I can't believe he paid to get this framed. That is almost certainly going to be the response from any future.
At that point, that conversation gets sparked up, right? That what is true art? Um, but we don't want to get into that right now. But I was just
Fair.
saying, like
Well, I just think
imagine.
that as an artist, though, it's like, how do you like? You can't like create art. I mean, I can't necessarily create art with the thought of, oh, I am providing value to someone, like, because like art obviously takes many shapes and forms, but like if you're like, so it depends on the medium, I guess. Like you're
So
making a
I,
pop
I
track.
actually have a really weird way to well, not weird, a unique way to add into this. So I think the biggest thing that's being overlooked with um with NFTs and art in general is the fact that you can use them for commercial IP purposes. So that's something that's highly overlooked. There's a ton of value in that. Now I'm going to give you guys a great example. So an example is in and I forget the actual painting, but in Caesar's Palace Casino in Las Vegas, there is a painting that is it's a world famous painting. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it's a world famous painting that's right behind this particular blackjack table. And this blackjack table actually is one of the top tables in the whole entire casino. It's the most profitable for the casino, um and and it's always busy, and it's because people want to feel part of the environment that they're in, and this art piece gives that feeling of it gives that feeling that resonates with people, and so that right there, the value of the artwork itself, they actually pay. They rent out their artwork. They pay royalties to that casino pays royalties to that artist for holding
Well,
their art.
but you said this is like a
It's
world-renowned
beautiful.
artist. You said
But
it was like
but
it's a famous piece of work. I'm just curious because like a theory I have
so
is also that I think people need to work on their marketing and the narrative because like it's hard for I know that like I can't sell
look,
myself as well as I can
I'm going
sell
to
other
give
people.
another great example. Look at the
I think that's
Bored
an artist's
Apes.
problem.
Look at
Ugh.
Snoop Dogg. Look at Snoop Dogg with his Bored Ape. His Bored Ape is I forget he named his Bored Ape. I can't think of the name right now,
So not
but
the best
he
branding.
wears it. What? I'm sorry.
Not the best branding if you can't remember. If it was a good name, you'd remember it.
Okay, of course, but I remember what it looks like. It has leopard print on it. I can't remember what the name is, but he's doing it. And the thing is, yes, and you can also say, well, he's not world renowned and stuff like that. However, there's a huge potential in this space, and I'm waiting for it. I'm actually planning myself. I've already started my Holy Ones coffee company with Holy Ones branding because I'm a huge Holy Ones fan, but there's so much potential that is being untapped right now with this commercial IP that people are not using in this space, and it's because people don't know how to use it.
Well, I
However,
think
there
that's
is
fair.
going to be a big boom
Well,
in the
you
commercial.
can't just skip to that though. Like, there's like a building blocks. Like, I agree with what you're saying, but that's like phase two, because like
Sure.
people need to get comfortable marketing themselves as artists. Because like I know like I that's a hard thing to get comfortable doing because it's not a tangible thing. It feels very douchey for people to be like, oh, I'm good enough to say I'm an artist and you should respect me as one. And I think people need to like create their own narrative and like like tell people who they are, like be comfortable, like because like if you get to know like the person is like what's going to give the IP value. Like it's not just great work. Like there's millions of people making awesome art that like you can like flip through Tumblr and go like, oh, that's cool. But like until you like invest time creating your like yourself and your image and helping people see you as like
But isn't that what the NFT communities are for? Like, for instance, the Holy Ones, you get like 20% of all from royalties from every time they use your IP. So like that right there, like you can make a community
well
around the artwork that you provide, and then you can do that. Like that's exactly what this whole space is for. It's for decentralized, and then you have
well, yeah,
a
but
group of
that's
people
the
that
the
love your
make the
artwork.
community part though. Like that's the make the community part is the hard part. So yeah, like I
Of
totally
course,
agree. But we're like, it's just kind of
you
we're
could,
talking about like for
but
the artist perspective
Yeah,
versus for the 10K
for,
collection.
ex-
but
for example,
an artist can
imagine.
find a marketer to build a community for them. I mean,
Well,
there's so many great artists out there. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, it's like getting
That's
a
a very
Discord set up and stuff like that is
mm,
able to like that is what like for instance,
um,
uh, you know,
sorry,
if you have
sorry.
good artwork, you can find people to value your art, and there will be the same people. Like there's a culture behind the artwork because the same people who resonate with the artwork typically are resonating similarly. I mean, they might not be, but you would say like they're probably in the same group of people that wow, this artwork is great, and therefore because that artwork is great, you know, to their you know whatever way it makes you feel, it's probably going to group people with the same group of people
it takes a
and
really
starting a community.
specific type of
I
person
feel
to galvanize
that
a
too. That
community.
Jared, I have a question for you. I have a
Sorry,
question.
sorry. Before you
Yeah,
do the
No
she,
worries,
question,
Arjun.
yeah, she's been
there's
trying to ask a question for a second
something
or say
that
something.
I always say. I always say it. Canessa and Sinful knows already. This Pixel is down, and she knows me from before the end of this event. So, and she knows. The problem is, yes, one is the community and create the branding, and because if you don't do the most amazing piece, but if anyone knows where is you cannot achieve your expectations as an artist, because as an artist also what you want is to send a message. It's not just to do something beautiful, but also to create certain type of reaction with your work. So for that you need people that actually see your work. When you are a smart team of one, for example, if you focus mainly in creating, you cannot have the time for all. So learning how to market, that's one of the issues that I found. And second one is to have the time to be always with the community, and that because that's difficult. For example, I'm a shy person, but I like to talk. you know, and I like to contribute. So that's how I, for example, I am in this awesome community. And I like, for example, so, especially being in the Discord channel with others. But what I found as a indie artist, that is you and yourself alone, is, oh my gosh, I need to be a lot of things in order to achieve to my art arrive to the people, and not only that, uh, that my art is purchased, you know.
No,
And I wonder if you find that this is also the same problem that a lot of indie artists had or
oh,
have with
I saw a
NFTs,
really.
especially.
Oh, sorry. I saw this really interesting documentary or like shorts bit about like Banksy recently. And it was like I feel like in the same way where like we watched 90s television and it gave us this like false expectation of like how awesome life was gonna be. Like Banksy and like other characters like that, like who because like there's just no way that's a single person. Like that is a marketing team like effort has created this like legend mythic character. But like we see it like but it's been so effectively done that we're just like, oh man, like one person can do all that. What the is wrong with me that I can't, be a Banksy? But like, no, Banksy is like a team of 12 people for sure. Like, market, like it might be one person doing the art, but like there's a team marketing that. So like, don't hold yourself to that standard. And like, because like you're obviously, busting, you're doing a good job. Like, you're in this space, you're putting yourself out there. So like, like you're not a team of 12 people, and remember that the people that they just tricked you into thinking that they aren't. Like there's so few instances of like true like lone maverick types like conquering any industry. Like Taylor Swift's dad's like a billionaire stock exec. So like you know don't hold yourself to those like don't let your imagination convince you you're not doing excellently. I'm really good at that. So like do what I say, don't do what I do. But you know,
My parents used to tell me that.
I would respect you for doing that, Jared. If you did that, I would want you to be a 12 and 1 factor. You know, I believe in you, Jared. You know, if there's the possibilities are limitless once you let your mind grow. You can put on so many facets to yourself and actually become the diamond that you're holding itself. You know, you know.
I mean, I am like the living embodiment of ADHD, and have through just sheer will and intelligence accomplished quite a bit of things. So like, I'm not just, I know I'm capable of awesome things, but like, there are 24 hours in the day, and like
That's
no
a
one,
lot.
no, like
24 hours is so much.
you sound young and optimistic.
Yeah. He is.
I'm a doomer till the end with you. But it's just I'm just wondering. It's like,
Oh yeah, no, you should never not like try your hardest and push yourself to be the best if that's the thing you want to do. But you should also never let yourself feel bad for not living up to these, because like those expectations are just completely fabricated in your head. So like there is no such thing as should, and so like you don't get attached to these ideas that you like made up and then be upset that you didn't like achieve them. That's like I guess my point. Like you should always like try your best, but like just make sure you be honest with yourself. You know, in both factors, like push yourself, don't like let yourself quit early, but at the same time, like don't just set yourself up to be miserable with like impossible goals of like I've got $0 a day, but I'm going to be a millionaire tomorrow. Like you just can't do that. So like that's all I'm
Thank you,
saying.
Jared.
or just be creative with the solution.
Sorry, I love using that button. I was just gonna kind of reset the room a little bit, say hello to everyone. Kind of, I see that Refractions isn't here, and just wanted to say you did awesome in today's Wearable Wednesday, and was gonna pass it over to the Moon to kind of say his thoughts, and then would like to introduce Felix. He has been patiently waiting up here for a little bit. I'm sorry for the mute, guys.
Hey everyone, I just wanted to basically say that so with art, you have to there's more than one part. It's the same thing with any other thing. Like you can't be an artist and deliver a product without having the other side of the marketing team. So like I'm not gonna say that there are amazing artists out there that I probably never heard of, never seen before, but it takes the two factors. You can't have a one-sided thing where it's like, oh, I'm the best artist around, and you might actually be the best artist around, like in your, like, I mean, obviously it's subjective, but the thing is, if no one knows about you, you're never going, like, it takes it has to, you have to have the two parts. You can't, like, the whole, in order to become an artist, you have to be able to have, I mean, why do you think, like, even like musical artists, like they hire record labels? Because guess what, they don't have the reach. They don't have the reach that the record labels do. They, or the book, people who are authors, and they have the publishers, because they don't have the reach. So it is, if you have artwork, you need to either create your own reach, which is the cheaper way, right? Unfortunately, it's kind of like NFT communities. It's kind of like the indie style of profile picture art and stuff like that. But then at the same time, there's you just need to figure out, like, how you can market your art. And so what I wanted to actually do is I wanted to put this question out there for everybody, and this is in regards to Decentraland. Right now, I feel like this is my personal opinion. Obviously, I'm happy to discuss this with everybody, but my personal opinion is we don't have a product, for like a workable product in Decentraland anymore. I mean, not that it's not workable, but we haven't seen anything new. We haven't. I mean, very little, not enough to be revolutionary and bring in new people. I mean, clearly the metrics show that. So with that being said, I feel like we're over advertising. We're talking about, like, oh, I'm going to bring new people here. What is the point of bringing new people if we don't have a product that's going to woo them over and keep them and sustain them? And I think that is the most important point that we keep missing, and it's you either got to have the product, you have to have the product and the advertising. You can't have one or the other. That's the issue. That's the same thing with artists. The same thing with Decentraland. It's the same thing with everything. We need to have both. Art, you got to have the product, and you have to have the marketing or reach in order to deliver the product. Otherwise, no one's coming. So if you don't have those two factors for art, for anything, it's most likely it's not going to be successful. And
I would love to talk about
that's just my
Decentraland
opinion.
marketing in a long form conversation, but I think we should wait to do that after all the people that got brought up on stage get a chance to talk. Because I totally agree with you that Decentraland has been poorly marketed and targeting the wrong groups. But that was like and it's a very interesting topic.
Well,
but it's kind of like at the end of a tangent that
isn't the
started about
best.
talking about making art and building a community. So what's up, Felix?
Well, it's the same. It goes. Yeah, I was just. Yeah, obviously Felix can talk. I was just saying, that's where it came from. That's where that's where this whole movement came from. Is like the art needs both. So that's all. But yes, we can talk about it after Felix.
Thank
Thanks.
you to the moon. And Felix, welcome back. Last time you were here, I believe you shared a very, very lovely song with us. How are you today?
I'm doing well, Sinful. I'm really enjoying this conversation. That's why I've been patiently waiting, and because you gave me the opportunity to perform on this spaces, which really means the world to me. I'm liking this, and I'm definitely looking forward to look more into Decentraland, because yeah, it's pretty interesting to me, and I've been in the spaces before where you guys talked about it, which is amazing. I performed a song to you guys before, and I would love to do it again.
Of course. Before you get started, could you tell us a little bit about the song that you're about to share with us?
Oh, yeah, I would love to. So, this is actually a song that is new. But before I do, my name is Felix. I'm the singer you hear on Spaces. This is literally my motto. I don't know. I've done it before for a long time. And Sweater Weather by The Neighborhood is all I'm going to say. And when you hear it, you'll know what I mean. But it's a good song. It's a really good one, and I hope you guys like it. And all I am is the man I want the world in my hands. I hate the beach, but I stand in California with my toes in the sand. Use a sneeze on my sweater, let's have an adventure. Head in the clouds for my gravity center. Touching my neck and I'll touch yours. You and those little heart wasted shores. She knows what I'm thinking about. What I'm thinking about. One love, 2 mouths. One love, 1 house. No shirt, no blouse. Just us, you find out. Nothing that I wouldn't want to tell you about. No, cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater, and it may take your breath away. I don't mind if there's not much to say. Sometimes the silence guides my eyes to move to a place so far away. The goosebumps start to race the minutes I'm at that meet to wait. Then I touch your face with my clean tongue cause you love the taste, yeah. These hide the door, every other on the beat's hard as for. Inside this place is warm, outside the silence pours. Shit coming down, 1 love, 2 mouths. 1 love, 1 house. No shirt, no blouse. Just us, you find out. Nothing that I wouldn't want to tell you about. No, 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 cause it's too cold for you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater. For you here and now. So let me hold both your hands in the holes of my sweater.
That was amazing, Felix.
Dope.
I have
I
to.
never like Spaces music, and that was really great.
I'm
Yeah,
like
I
in
have
the
to.
background, like trying to get a hold of Shelly. Like Shelly's not in here. I'm like, wait, Shelly needs to hear this.
Felix, I have to, I'm just wondering, like, how do you have your Twitter space set up? Like, are you doing this through your phone, or are you like using your mic, your like a studio mic or a better mic for this?
It's actually through my phone. Yeah, that's a. It is crazy because a lot of people comment on that and they say, "Oh, it's from your phone. You could do a lot better in a studio mic." Well, guess what? Death of My Heart coming out very soon.
Let's go. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to like get my studio mic all hooked up to Twitter Space. I think like I sound like shit through the phone, but you know, we're working on this. Maybe we could share information. I've been telling people I want to try this thing called BlueStack, but I haven't tried it yet
Ooh,
because oh,
Sinful,
do you
I'll
know
help
about
you
it?
out in DMs. I will help you out in DMs about that. I have BlueStacks on my PC. I sometimes sing on it. It is good, but there's also stuff that I'm gonna share you, some alpha that I'm gonna share you. It's a little pricey. It's a little pricey, but it is worth for Twitter Spaces. So yeah, I'll share that. And you know what? I'm not even a gatekeeper. Guys, if you want to host a good spaces, just get a Roadcaster Pro or just get a Shure SMB7. It's common sense. Everyone should know this. It is the best bundle for spaces.
What do you know? I have a Shure SM7B right here.
There you go. All you need is a Roadcaster Pro. Plug it into your phone, and you're set. You don't even need BlueStacks. You're set.
Interesting. Roadcaster Pro. I'm gonna Google this right now, actually. Thank you, Felix, for coming up and sharing.
Thank you so much, Sinful, for letting me come up and share. It means a lot.
I saw you opened your mic, Jared. Did you want to say something?
Nothing pertinent or particularly interesting. It has passed.
Well, I was going to say, Felix, amazing, amazing voice. Love it. I was singing myself here with the micro out, but I was like, oh, yeah, oh, all the time. So, really love it. Are you going to NFT your music, or are you doing it, or how it goes?
So, thank you so much, first of all, Argent. Second off, do you mean NFT music, like music NFTs?
Correct.
Yeah. So I'll be sharing more on that very soon when I come up next time. But I do not want to be taking more of the conversation because you guys are having a very interesting one. So, yeah, I'll share more whenever I come back again if Sinful wants to have me up here and Canessa as well. But thank you guys.
You're
Thank you
always
for being
welcome.
here. Yeah, I can't wait to hear more. I feel like it's been fun to cross paths with artists and musicians in these Twitter spaces, and even better when eventually some of them will come and perform in Decentraland. I met an amazing, talented musician. Her name is Losi. Just randomly, actually, it was CJ Trax was in a Twitter space, and I went, got in that space, just listened. I think there were like 8 of us. It was really small. But yeah, ended up buying her NFT, and then she played in the True Band Room about 3 weeks ago. So it is interesting just to see, how some of the talented people, they can use Decentraland as their platform, whether it's performing live or showcasing their visual NFTs. But there's a lot of opportunities and kind of something for everybody. So thank you for sharing with us.
I think like any small starting out artist in their thing, like coming into the Decentraland community and like contributing either by like performing at shows or like making art like a doki, like it just makes sense to me because like it's such a small community, but it's a very passionate community, and like when anyone comes to do cool stuff, like there's a good chunk of the community that's just like, oh my god, this is sick, this hasn't been done here before, and this person's doing it. They are history, and I love them forever now. And like you just get like 12 diehard fans. So like you should. I think it makes total sense to like check out Decentraland and there's like so many people that'll like help you perform your music for free somewhere. Like if the True Band Room doesn't have slots, like Serena Ellis will probably help hook you up. Like if she won't hook you up, the Baby Dolls could hook you up. Like there's just that list could go on and on forever. I just don't know all the correct names. Like Unknower's got a stage. Like forever. So many people who will like help you find an audience who will then love you. So
Thank you so much, Jared, and thank you, Kanessa. I think you're very right. From the spaces that I've sang, I've really built up a good one, but there's always room to build more of an audience to catch those people's eyes. And with Decentraland, I believe I can do that. Excuse me, I was gonna.
but yeah, I mean, what you're doing in spaces seems to work because you are really good. Like, I literally never, not once, have enjoyed someone like entering a space and singing, and that was like, I was like, oh, that's great.
Thanks, man. That means the freaking world to me. Really, really does.
Good. I'm glad, because I want every time I didn't enjoy one to have meant something for someone somewhere. So I'm glad that you. But yeah, no, for real though, like your voice is great, and
I can tell you're very critical with your thoughts, and you know where to give your proper judgments. So when you complimented me, that meant a lot. I can already read that through you, so it means a lot to me, man.
I feel like I have a question, if I may. What inspires you to write your songs?
So to write my songs, I write very different songs. So my first one is coming out. It's in Arabic music with English lyrics, coming out very soon. Don't want to speak more about it because there's a whole conversation here that I do not want to interrupt.
That's awesome. I make like Japanese music to like English lyrics too. It's I like that fusion. It's awesome.
That's awesome, man. Follow me. We'll chat in DMs.
Felix, like, I gotta get out of here, guys. I gotta go to 6 more Twitter spaces and show them how badass I am. I can't hang out here all day fielding questions.
No, it's. I actually have a meeting right now. That's why I wanted to pop up as soon as I could. No, but thank you, Jared. That's exactly what I kind of do. I'll be very straightforward. I love busking. Busking is my thing, but I should chill the frick out and sometimes be involved in conversations. It is very important. Being a contributor in spaces is as important as busking out.
I mean, with your busking skills where they are, I think you can probably get away with being a lackluster conversationalist if you want. Though you seem like you're a pretty smart dude with like very insightful comments, so like, you know, whatever works. You said it says you're 18 in your bio, so like, you know, you got a lot of time to grow into it, so like, you're good. Enjoy. Good luck in your meeting, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. I'll be back.
Take care. All right, so now I guess what were some of the topics that we were bringing up before? We were talking about IP rights.
How poorly marketed Decentraland is. Totally agree.
Well,
I totally agree with that. But I think the solution is different, because I think the solution is to just adjust the market. Because, like, you know, there's product market fit. So, like, is the product bad, or are you targeting the wrong market? That's the thing I want to talk about. Because I think Decentraland needs to be like leveraging the DAO's grants and like targeting builders and like college communities and like MIT students and being like, hey guys, like, do you want to build in the metaverse? Like, do you want to make Ready Player One a reality? Like, instead of showing people awesome edited footage of Tang Poco looking badass in a way that is absolutely impossible in Decentraland, because like the video is awesome, Tang looks dope, it's great for her brand. It is not a good ad for Decentraland, because anyone who saw that and goes like, I should check out Decentraland Fashion Week, and then they just get in and they're like in bad Minecraft, they're gonna be disappointed. But if you like, you know, pitch it as, do you want to help bring us to the future and like get people who are like excited for building, like that's gonna get people who stick and stay. Because like the reason there's such like a bounce rate is just because like when people get here looking for Ready Player One and they get not even Mario 64, they're sad.
That happened actually to me, because, for example, with the same Tampoco picture that she has in the profile, hey Tampo, and she's great, she's absolutely fabulous, you know. But to me, I was like, wait a minute, how is that? It shines the avatar on a way that looks like a render, but that is not how I see the
I don't know for
avatars
sure, but
inside.
they definitely use like Unreal Engine or something that definitely isn't reflective of, you know, DCL at all. So yeah, it's a bummer. But like, and that's just that's like, I think like a fixable thing, because like you just shift, because like I get the desire to, like, as a person who's brought on to market DCL who like isn't a tech nerd or understands the platform that well, to be like, yeah, okay, like let's get big brands and like onboard them, that'll be good for us. Like that will help bringing in money, because money is what people like to have. But like, you know, you can definitely spend half the budget on,
That's
you know, getting Wonderkins and, you know, the future Steve Jobs of the world to come learn about Web3 and build here.
Yeah, but guess what? For example, one thing that I was like super concerned, and the community building was trying to helping me a lot. CK is here, so she know also. They know also. Sorry, and Sinful also, and Scott that it was here. That we were looking at actually how to do it, the metallic reflection and the transparent for the avatars, and especially the specularity. So because it's something that in fashion you use a lot. You use it for the glasses, you use it for the las cremalleras, I don't know, zippers. You like to put metallic things into the and reflective things into the pieces,
Oh, for sure.
the
I
fabric.
feel pretty confident in saying that if you could do chrome, CJ Trax would be a chrome dinosaur that like blinds you in the sunlight. I don't think there's any doubt that like chrome people would flock to chrome in like that kind of reflective material if possible. So yeah, you're definitely right. But yeah, but like there's also reasons for the limitations of Decentraland because it's open. It's supposed to be accessible by the masses, even though it's Hyperfi can be accessed on mobile. I've learned today, and I was like, what? When?
Crazy.
So, and it looks way better. But they're also like segmented little, like they're like DCL worlds. Like they're not connected like the Genesis City. So like, I don't know. There's reasons for the limitations. It's not just like bad because the founders and the devs of the foundation don't care and they're just like let it suck. Like, you know, the limitations are there for a reason. And great art is born in limitations, so
It's definitely you know, a niche, like something that there is a market for and people will enjoy. What do you think, To the Moon?
So yeah, I was just thinking that, you know, I would like to see a lot more features in Decentraland. If there were to be any type of thing to be improved on, the ability to have like snap sitting, like, oh, there's a couch here, sit down. The ability to um I don't know, just like smart wearables, where, you know, the wearable comes with a emote that only you can use with that wearable, or I mean, there's just so many features that can be added that we haven't added, and like I said, like so, like okay, I'm not saying that nothing has progressed. There's definitely been progression. However, so like I look at last year's Fashion Week compared to this year's Fashion Week. And what I saw was the year before, that was the first release of the emote feature. I was super excited. Like we started, well, excuse me, not the emotes were available, but it was they finally gave like new emotes. Like it was that first fashionista remote, I believe, emotes that I believe, and it was like it was kind of open that it was kind of like, hey, this is coming soon. This fashion week, we didn't see any new features. I'm not saying that it wasn't good. It was not. All I'm saying is we're not seeing any features that would be good for the user. Not saying that there wasn't development features. Not saying that there wasn't. You know, I'm just saying that we need to see for the user experience. You know, if we want people to continue using us, like the user experience has to be better. And really, it comes down to expression. Expression is a huge thing, like being able to customize. I think we've done a really good job so far with that. But what we have not done is make it easy for people to create new experiences in Decentraland without like don't get me wrong, I love partying, but at the same time, like it gets old. Like especially for people who are like, okay, so you come here to listen to music with other people, and don't get me wrong, I love it. I love it because of the people that are there, not because of the. I mean, you know, the music is you hear like I can hear the if I wanted to listen to music, I can listen to the radio. But I like it because the people that are there are cool people, and I enjoy hanging out with them. That's the reason. But besides that, like I don't see a real draw to it as much anymore. You know, like I think people are like we're losing that, and putting more people in, bringing more people in for that. Like, oh, come party with us. Like, it's not going to retain people. It's not going to keep. Like, we can get as many uniques as possible, but if the uniques are not excited to see what they see or feel like they have a reason to come back, they're not going to come back.
I don't fully
I
agree
think
with you.
that's
Like, I generally agree with you that like
Okay.
DCL needs to improve its like gamification. Like, there should be controller support.
Sure.
Like every like building should be much easier. And I'm as I'm told with SDK7 and all that's coming out in the nearest future, as has been coming out in the nearest future forever, supposedly, that it will be easier for builders. But oh no, I just lost my train of thought. The part I disagreed with was. You were saying that like the because like I think the social element though, I think you're just discrediting the social element a lot, because like I think that like I think, you know, what the Tang and the Baby Dolls have done is proven, and like because like there's countless people who have like, you know, not countless, I guess that's a hyperbolic, but a lot of people have said like, you know, I came to DCL for this reason, and then like I stayed because I was hanging out at like the social experience. So like I do think there are like lots of people who don't necessarily want to. So that
it's
element,
because of the community.
But I agree with you that like, you know, you can't like
it's the community element that's just keeping people.
But I think
that's what's keeping people.
Sure, but you definitely can't crack out for like 12-hour game sessions. I totally agree with that. But I think that
what I think, if you what I think, for example, in my experience, we still lagging not only in Decentraland, in general in all metaverse platforms. Something that at the beginning of the metaverse was there. That is, for example, universities giving support and doing some of the classes in there. A doctor, therapeutic, non-profits, especially non-profits projects that were also doing stuff through metaverses. NASA also doing chats with people and scientists and all these things. That maybe is what Tuda was saying. If we only party and party and party, yeah, it's okay. But it's like going for in real life to a party. Maybe it's better than in a metaverse.
Like, I want to be able to, yeah, exactly. Like, look, the social elements, like I said, so like the Baby Dolls, let's put them. They have a great community. That's why people come. It's because of their community. They have such a brilliant. They were brilliant in that aspect. Like they got a community together. People love hanging out there. That's what brings people to DCL. And maybe that is the thing we should focus on more, is how can we bring communities together? But what I'm saying is, we don't, like, for the people that, like, there's people that are not even going to find communities that fit them, or there's not even going to be new communities that come in if the functionality isn't there. And like you know, people try spatial, like people try all these other things, but they're not seeing like there's no use case yet. Like we need, like, if I want to buy someone, like, for instance, like, let's say it's Valentine's Day, I should be able to buy someone a rose, and like it goes to you and it stays with you. I mean, I should be able to hand over in the
I know
metaverse.
what you mean, because like technically you can buy someone a rose and send them that NFT. But no, and I totally agree with your general premise. And I think part of the issue is just that, like, again, the marketing has like set the expectations we have of this very new and young product is that it's a done, finished thing that like is ready to be fun. And the reality is like, as I think we've all learned since we're all many of the people here are in DAOs or are participating in Twitter Spaces actively, you know, is that like, oh, it's like, I just got here. This is like my third side hustle. I have to like help build this thing. Like, they put a lot of money in this bus, but the engine is still not going full speed. Like, it's ticking. What are we gonna do here? So like,
on that also, you know, like I feel like Mark Zuckerberg sent the invitations to a party way too early. Like, if you think about Decentraland and what it looked like at the beginning and what it looked like in November of 2021, like, people were just building, like they were just plugging away, building, minding their own business, right? All of a sudden he makes that announcement. It brings in a flood of users, but not because we were ready for a flood of users. It was because he made an announcement, and a lot of people came to check out this whole metaverse. What is a decentralized metaverse? They got here thinking, well, this isn't much, but we didn't send the invitations out. It's like they got the invitations to Mark's party. Mark had this awesome party plan, didn't do any of the actual, didn't decorate, didn't get his own metaverse ready. He just said he was going to make it. No legs, whatever. But they came to our party instead, expecting a viable, done, completed project. And that is not where we're at. And I kind of hope we never will be done, because we'll always be building and we'll always be creating something new. But I think that the damage from that event is that people got turned away because it just wasn't what they wanted. Like, that happened to me on launch day. I was so pissed on launch day because I had made this hyper-fi, like, realistic vision of Decentraland in my head in like April of 2019. I was guaranteed sure that that was what I was going to see when I step into this world. And in February 2020, I walk into this pasty skied, empty, low poly world, and I literally was disgusted with myself.
Well, right.
Because I had already bought land and I had already invested, and I was like, this is not what I had envisioned. And whose fault was that? That was mine.
No, it's not though, because if you go back and look at the like marketing material before like token sales of Decentraland, like they promised like an amazing fully virtual reality experience. So like they did their marketing material did set your expectations to a degree. Like,
no, I didn't. Yeah, but to be honest, I didn't. That wasn't.
So I mean,
maybe they were out there, but I didn't see those.
Enough.
Like, really, what I was going by is what was in the builder. And Carl Fravel, who developed for the university district, he has to have really good videos of his progress. So if you go up into the university district, those are some of the very earliest builds. And
he's a district leader of districts that control 10% of the land in Decentraland.
Yeah, so like his those videos that he was posting the update, the progress, that was like what was guiding my mindset of where it was going to end up being. But the lesson here, like, I do have a point to make, is that I was discouraged by what it looked like on launch day, and for a lot of other reasons. Like, well, yeah, 2020, that was like COVID was just starting, so I kind of had other things to deal with at the time. But I walked away from it. I didn't dig in deeper to build. And there was a moment last year when I was like just randomly going through Genesis Plaza, and I see Nico, and I see Olavra, and I see Shibu. And like, anytime you see the devs in world, you stop what you're doing. It doesn't matter. Look at what they're doing, because if they're all there at once, they're testing some cool shit out. So I stopped and I'm like watching them. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, you're about to see the first sunrise ever in Decentraland. And I'm like bawling there. I'm like crying behind my computer. And everyone's like, yeah, that's cool, whatever. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. Like, this is the sky that I wanted to see on launch day. And instead of staying there and building it, I like walked away and let somebody else build the vision that I wished I had seen. And so that stuck with me. And since then, I don't I try not to let myself do that. I try not to let myself take a passive role in what I want this world to be. I'm not a great, creator. I can't do a bunch of cool shit. Like, I'm not saying like I'm all this and I can like do it, but for myself, I just keep challenging myself, and as long as I'm a little bit better than I was yesterday, like, that's all that matters. But I just think that
and like the foundation and the DAO should like utilize you as like you are like this, what you just said, like they should excerpt that audio and then put it over a video, and like that's how they should be advertising Decentraland. Because like, while I agree with you that like your own expectations were what led to your disappointment, but like I do think that in many ways the foundation has leaned into the like overhyping of the metaverse with like, their brand activation focus, and like instead of targeting builders. So like if they like take your story and like, your realization, because like I think you do an excellent job of like articulating that, like that's like, and then frame it with like, and guys, like, come get a piece. Also, you should just apply for a grant to use to build, so that that can be part of the selling pitch. Because like they should really just be leveraging, like, there's millions of dollars to be given to people who are willing to like learn and build in the metaverse, and like there are 12 people like fighting over it, and it doesn't make any sense. Like, how there are so many people in this Twitter this like space that have probably never even like logged onto the governance like page, or like cast more than one vote, except for like when their friend begged them to. Like, it's I don't know, it drives me nuts.
Well, and that is the beauty of this place. I think also I try to constantly remind myself that my metaverse dream does not look like yours, does not look like everybody else's. Like I literally bought my land because I bought it at a much different price than what it is now. Like I bought it as like I wanted to make a steampunk world, because you can't, like, I go to steampunk events every chance I get, which is now 3 times a year. I can go be a fantasy robot with my friends who have a sailboat with wings, 80-foot wingspan. Like, it's not reality.
Your friends have a sailboat with 80-foot wings? That's dope.
An 80-foot wingspan. Yeah.
Oh, 80-foot wingspan.
Like if you're
in 40-foot wings. Fair enough.
Yeah. It's better to hunt krakens in Puget Sound with when you can get a little flight. But I digress. So anyway, like most of this stuff you can't do in the real world, but you could do it here. So that okay, where was I going with that? I bought my land so I could create this world for all of us weirdos who like steampunk, because we can't, like, we just get 3 weekends a year to play dress up and be silly. And if we had a steampunk world here that defied gravity, we could be steampunk 365 days a year. So like, I didn't invest in Decentraland to see a return on my, like, I didn't come here to make money. I didn't come here to sell stuff. I came here because my land is like my blank canvas. And so I think anytime that one of us tries to define what the metaverse should be for the rest of us, I think that's just when, like, we can't do that. I can't say a viable metaverse is where we can all make money and we don't have to work again. No, like a viable metaverse is just going to be, it's going to be something different for everybody. But I will say a metaverse has to work. It has to work without crashing.
Well,
I haven't figured out how to
metaverse,
like turn that into a positive yet.
yeah, well, metaverse, I think is is your other home, your other work, your other, is an expansion of ourselves in a common ground that is digital, that unifies us. By the way, I love steampunk, so please invite me to those, because I really love steampunk. Especially, I do pieces. Some of my pieces are more in Art Nouveau, steampunky thing. So yeah, but rearranging the topic, I think that one thing that we can agree, because it's true that one definition on other is it should and it's healthy to be different. What we want of the metaverse to be also is different, but it has to be like a common ground in the how to. For example, what coming from centralized metaverses that are really old and how they are now and how they look now, coming from gamification and social games and serious games and all this shit. And how, for example, the render motors has improved and all these things. What I think, and in my own opinion, is that actual NFT metaverse maybe did not consider that. I think that they did consider some of the things, but not all. For example, one thing that I find out is that sometimes they forgot that there are spaces that needs to hold our communities, especially. That is, you don't want to be in a place for a minute, for your people only to be like look and go. What you want is for them to enjoy, whatever is in there, and to use it. If you're doing, for example, as Canessa, that you're holding events with cyberpunk, with steampunkers lovers, that is really awesome. And that is exactly for what is the metaverse, especially for that definition that you were giving, that in metaverse is also cheaper, and you can also go a little bit crazy with things that you cannot do because it would be like super expensive to do or really impossible to do if you're not in a movie, for example. But in 3D environments, you can, because you don't need cables nor walls, for example, nor all the things that we think is in need to have a building, for example, to work. So yeah.
Speaking of like 3D spaces and not needing the things you need in real life, I have built multiple bathrooms and a bedroom in my meta residence tower, and every time I just feel so silly because like no one is ever going to come over and need to poop. Why have I like spent so much time like crafting the like perfect restroom?
Until you get, for example, some of the interactions with your partner, that then you can use it for, showing together or,
No, it's true.
cuddling together. Maybe pooping together, not, but maybe that can be for a movie.
Well, they're
I
going to
don't
need to
know.
add door closing because I'm under the impression most people don't enjoy the door pooping policy. But I do hope that my imagination when I'm playing the game does like have it leading towards like a Sims like world, so like environment. So like there's definitely the possibility where they'll gamify it and they'll be like, Jared, like you gotta poop or you're gonna you're getting uncomfortable. So like it's possible. Like I could see that world, but then
Oh my God. The thoughts that just came to my mind, just like, okay, we've implemented water drinking, pooping, and eating to Decentraland. So now it's if you want to party, you're gonna have to keep your avatar healthy.
Okay, but what about introducing some kind of like screenshot capturing? You can screenshot, like you if you go and eat a certain amount, then the more you eat, the more screenshots you get to take. But in order to get those downloaded, you have to download them in Jared's bathroom, like so that there's actually utility of like uploading and downloading.
you download them in the bathroom.
That would be sick.
I'll make an emote. How's that? With like a newspaper in your hands.
It would be fun to
gosh.
have like a hardcore mode Decentraland where like you could like run up to someone and like take their stuff. Obviously, you'd only like you have to sign up for it. You don't just get to like accidentally stroll into the wrong side of Decentraland and get
I
chubbed.
think you can gamify that. I think there could be like projects that are building like games in Decentraland where you could like where you could make it immersive. Like you're talking like almost like a GTA style, right?
Yeah, basically, it was. Of course, we need cars first. Nation
Yeah,
DCL wide.
maybe not in like the entirety of Decentraland, but yeah, I'm sure there could be like a game where you could have that. Like even like civilization building games, there's like raids and stuff like that, right? I'm sure somebody could incorporate that in Decentraland.
Oh my gosh, like who gets excited when they hear the horn for the raid in Minecraft
Me.
and you realize that it's game on, it's time to fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you look at these different games and like what they're doing. I mean, why wouldn't we want to do that? Ready Player One, sorry. I mean, that's what happens there. Like you go out, you battle, you lose your stuff. I mean, anything like that, it comes back to human behavior. And if there's something to be had, if there's something to be acquired, I mean, I really think that like we might have moved out of the caves, a couple thousand years ago and moved out of like agrarian societies just like 150 years ago, but I think we're still pretty savage, and I think there's a part of us that would love that. I mean, what if like East Decentraland got to like battle West Decentraland? I don't know, maybe there's just like 5 of us and I will be like a clan leader, and we just us violent people can like go duke it out. Now you get to see a different side of me. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
It's like the
maybe creating a kind of Olympiadas, Olympics, Olympic Games instead. So it's not that violent message, you know.
and Survivor or
and
Big
it's-
Brother. I want Survivor or Big Brother in the metaverse so bad.
yeah.
We have, I have talked about that with somebody who's a super big fan, and we have discussed it. But you know, then like,
Is it Mariana?
other
Were
things
you
come
talking about
along.
Mariana?
I can neither confirm nor deny. I would not, you know, give that kind of information that Mariana happens to be a Survivor fan. I can't confirm that, but maybe.
Is Mariana on the Angzar account?
I am.
I wonder.
It is me. I do love Survivor, by the
She's
way.
like, I gotta get up there and tell Jared to shut it down.
No.
Yeah, shut it.
No, I came up because I heard Canessa wanted to have like these like different whatever Decentraland wars or whatever. Actually I want to talk about Angzar is actually gonna be releasing something called Factions very soon. I want to say by the end of the month. And actually there's gonna be a Discord call later with the coding and modeling, or the coding teams tomorrow, but then there's a modeling call at 7. But I think they might actually be given a sneak peek of the factions, like the builds. So essentially there's going to be like, you can like go into Angzar and like choose a team and then complete quests, you know, together as a team. So, Canessa, your dreams will come true very, very soon.
Is one of those quests like bring your
I
enemy's
love it.
head on a plate?
Sure. No, I don't think, no.
I think Canessa wants to just like hold her enemies by their hair. As they just
No, never.
Have any of you guys
No.
ever sat through the movie The Postman? Because like the main,
That's such a good movie. That is such a good.
it's highly underrated, very long Kevin Costner apocalypse movie.
Yeah, don't believe anything that like Rotten
It got all the Waterworld
Tomatoes
things.
says that it was horrible. Waterworld.
I love Waterworld, but it's an awful movie, and all of Waterworld stank got all over The Postman for just no good reason. This is actually a good movie. I was surprised.
No, both movies are really excellent. Both movies are so excellent. There's a deleted scene from Waterworld where at the end he's actually standing on the top of Mount Everest.
Listen, I love Waterworld, but I don't want to lose credibility in the eyes of anyone who didn't see it before the like year two, whenever the internet got good and CGI was awesome. Because I feel like it doesn't hold up. But
I see Scott's got his hand up. Scott, before Jared and I start going into like the finer nuances of
why Waterworld
is or isn't Kevin Costner. Actually, I think Scott probably has opinions. Scott probably has opinions on this. Weren't they good movies, Scott?
I have not seen either one of those movies.
Missing out.
But you know,
Prince of Thieves.
We can do Prince of Thieves.
Kevin Costner as Robin Hood.
Don't even get me to start singing.
Without even no attempt at a British accent. I've seen that movie so many more times than it's embarrassing because my mom was a big Kevin Costner fan when I was a kid, but it's pretty good.
I'm coming up to talk about Mesh, which is an art fair that's coming up. It's actually very soon. It's going to be open to submissions. There's going to be a total of 40 places, and each artist gets a 1x1 parcel to create an artist installment. And it's going to be for Art Week here in Decentraland, and it's being organized by Bay Backner, and I know you guys are familiar with Bay and some of the other things that she's done, and has gotten quite a few accolades and positive press coverage. She did the Dear Vivian along with her partner Adrian during Metaverse Fashion Week, and I don't know if anybody participated in that
As
activity,
seen in Vogue, you mean that event?
Yeah, that one. Yep. So she's got this curated art show. She's got 12 committed artists and gallery owners, well-known curators that have committed to it already. She's got sponsors, so media sponsors and other in-kind sponsors. I think there's 3 confirmed sponsors, and I'm mentioning this to you all because it's an opportunity to assist and just support a community of people that will be coming into Decentraland, learning about Decentraland for the first time. There are 3 members from the community already that are what are considered like the beta. Hold on, I gotta let my dog out. There you go. There's it's Fractilians, KJ Walker, and I forget who the 3rd person is that's from the Decentraland community. But then there's also 3 other people that that are not at all familiar with Decentraland that are going to be creating like the first attempt, whatever, at what these spaces are going to be. So there's like this idea that if you go into a gallery, it's just like a white box, right? Because the walls are all painted white, because you don't want to notice the walls, you just want to notice the art. So sometimes galleries are referred to as the white box. So that's in effect what people are going to be getting is a 16 meter by 16 meter by 16 meter box that they can explore and create art within. And I've been talking with Bae, and she's asked me to provide support for all the people that are going to come in and apply to be considered for selection. So there's 6 people that have already been selected, so that means that there's 34 additional slots. Ideally we'd like to get probably 10 times that, between 300 and 400 people to come in and submit their work. But as these people come in, we're going to need to provide help and answer questions and support. So I know that Bae is currently talking to some people in Foundation, but we will be creating a proposal. So these will be positions to assist these artists to come in, and they will be paid positions. So if you're somebody that's very knowledgeable, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to be like a developer. You just would need to be somebody that is connected to other people that can provide informational or resource assistance to somebody who's new to Decentraland, who's coming in and looking to create something. I just wanted to throw that out there to people. This will be more formalized coming up, but just wanted to let you know that this is something that's coming. And if you're somebody who is interested in spending between 8 to 10 hours a week, essentially on the clock, helping people become acquainted with Decentraland, then definitely contact me, and we'll take the next steps.
Scott, what about if you're willing to spend like 80 to 90 hours a week on Decentraland?
You should probably take a vacation.
Where would I go? Can I bring my laptop on vacation?
Monaverse, I guess.
I have a question. I'm coming from Mona. I have a question.
Yes.
So the list is not closed.
Right, it's open. Yep.
The artist. How do you apply?
Like I said, that's going to be forthcoming. There's actually a PDF that I can, I'll post to CBD. It's I don't know, it's like a 20-page informational PDF. It has information on the 12 curators that have already been selected. It has some basic information about, what the requirements are. Just talking to Bae, I do remember, and I can share with you that you're going to need to provide some sort of a concept for what you'd like to do in the space, and you need to provide a portfolio sample of like things that you've already done. So, if you're going to promise a recreation of the sinking of the Lusitania and you haven't done, you know,
Yeah.
one second or one modeling of anything that's remotely complex. It's a great concept, but you probably won't get selected because you haven't demonstrated through your and I'm not saying you, I'm just, you know, anybody
Yeah, I know.
wouldn't be selected because they don't have that capacity, they don't have that experience to be able to do that sort of thing. So I hope that answers your question.
And second question, you can be both. You can be an artist that are in the project and also someone that is helping, or with these 8 hours, 10 hours for more people to. Because, for example, one thing that I was in love is your space for newbies. That is how I learned to move in the Decentraland. You
Nice.
know.
Yeah, you know what? I can certainly ask. I do not know the answer to that directly because I hadn't considered that to be somebody who's assisting the new artist coming in and applying, and also being somebody who applies.
Is it only for new artists coming in? Because it's not. It's for all artists, right?
No,
Yeah. So
no,
it would make
no,
sense
no.
that you could be both, because like a Doki or a Nikki could, like, you know, make an awesome experience and then also like help people. Though I doubt either one of the examples I picked are interested because they're busy ladies.
Well, I mean, to your point, Jared, I just want to make a distinction. It's like I'm coming here to everybody that's in this space specifically because we are looking for people to assist artists that are new coming into the space. But to answer your question, no, you don't have to be a brand new person coming to Decentraland. It's open to everybody, and it's open to, you know, people that have been in Decentraland since before there was land you could walk around. So, you know, Canessa, you could apply, provide your portfolio, and provide your design concept, your art concept, and if it gets selected by the 12 curators that are part of the Mesh project, then you're selected. So that's what the requirements are, and that's how you get in. It's being chosen by these 12 curators. So yeah, I was just looking for people to assist people that know absolutely nothing about Decentraland, and just, you know, we've talked about this before, you know, as long ago as almost a year ago, about having a buddy system, and you know, just being there to answer questions, and you know, Arjun, you've spent time in the FAFO sessions, but, you know, also going to the DCL onboarding, you know, that world, or yeah, just having somebody there to hold your hand, or to just be there and not like talk at the person, but just to be there in case they have any kind of question that, you know, we can't even conceive of, and an NPC wouldn't be pre-programmed to answer. That's the sort of assistance that we're looking for, and that's the sort of assistance that I think helps create community. And I think that's part of what makes or sets Decentraland apart from, you know, some of the other projects. There's other projects that are much like it. I'm thinking of Spatial, I'm thinking of Hyperfi, I'm thinking of On Cyber, you know, that have active communities within it. But there's others that are just like, you know, just ideas or concepts, and they've got all the right equipment, but they just don't have the individuals. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
And it can be so hard to just know where to look for the right answer when you're like new to Decentraland. Like, people who've been here for like years are just like, wait, that's where that information is? Or like, wait, how do DAOs work? So I totally agree with you that, like, hopefully we can streamline that. But I agree with you. The premise of this makes perfect sense. Hopefully. I mean, Bay, speaking of Bay, she should be winning her election for the revocation committee along with Mariana and Dax. Everyone else should go vote for all the other people because they need votes. No one's voting no. Someone should be brave enough to be the first no vote on Mariana. You know, be a descendant. She's like 10 million yes votes.
Be my guest, Jared.
No, I don't want that smoke. I don't want that.
I don't ever want to make that bet. I'm always going to bet on Mariana. So.
No, I mean,
Jared, I give you permission to vote. I give you permission, Jared, to vote.
No. I don't need that smoke. I encourage someone else to play the role of the contrarian on this instance. Even if at my maddest at Mariana, I would still agree that she's got a master's in business. She's definitely on the person who should be perfect for the job. But anyway, the point was, everyone should go vote. in those elections, and then Bay shouldn't have any problem getting a grant to pass to pay people for her work because she got like 7 million yes votes to be on the revocation committee. So I have faith that any proposal put forth by such a respected member of the community will pass. But more people should participate in governance because there's, thousands of people entered Decentraland and like only 100 of them participate in governance.
Well, also that is because it's like in real life. And voting, even when it's a privilege, voting, that is something common for people to pass on or don't know, which is bad. People should be aware of that. And I'm talking about myself. I have to do it.
Well, no,
Also,
okay, yeah, because it's so easy to
but
get discouraged, even both in real life, because like I'm
yeah,
one of hundreds of millions, or in the Dow, because you're like, well, I've got like 10 mana, and that guy's got 4 million. But like, I promise you that the powers that be care about public sentiment. So like, the more people participating, even if you're just like, leave comments saying about how you feel, like give earnest reviews and just like about things you like or don't like, and like that will be heard and will be like reflected in like course corrections, like your words are worth more VP than you realize. So like you shouldn't feel like powerless and like that engaging is pointless because
that's good to know. But going back to Scott news, I think it's true that, for example, in my case, I find very I think it's always better when you meet a real person that is welcoming you in this kind of system. Because not all the people has the same ability for, like learning or a language or all these things. And if you're talking with a person, always is easier, always is faster, always is easier, always is like even you can bond with that person in the end and know a little bit where the community is moving, which is even more important because you actually are getting insights from someone that is using the system and is an user and knows where you can meet other people and meet communities that goes more with your style of thinking or whatever.
yeah, how much will it pay Scott to tell people how to DM Nikki or yourself or CK out of curiosity? Will that be a high paying position or should I?
I mean, so I don't have a proposal that I can refer to. I just have a discussion between Bay and I, and she said that I could certainly go out and talk to people and ask them. So any information that I provide you here is just based on our discussion and not on an actual document that will become a proposal. So I just wanted to preface that. But what we discussed was, she asked me how much time I spend on the CBD Discord each week, and I gave her an estimate of, if I'm being honest, in an administrative capacity or doing FAFO sessions, or assisting people, it's about 10 hours a week, but I spend more time than that on there, socializing or whatever. So based on 8 to 10 hours a week, and we're looking for like 4 people, that would be paid at, I think we were, back of the envelope was $15 an hour. So I think the total amount, and it would be for 4 weeks. So I think the total amount was between $3,500 and $4,000. So basically, what is that? Like a tier 2 grant proposal. Yeah. So you'd be working 8 to 10 hours a week at $15 an hour for 4 weeks.
So I think the real question, Jared, is how much does it pay? Is like, how much of a degen are you, and how deeply indebted, or like, yeah, if you're a public school teacher, that sounds like a lot. So yeah, thank you, Scott. And I just have to shout
I wasn't going to
out,
besmirch $15 an hour. I appreciate the state of the economy and that this is a global community. Like I get paid far less for lots of things I do with my time that cost me lots of emotional energy.
Yeah, sometimes people are like, well, that's not much. I'm like, have you seen the salary of like public school teachers? Because that sounds like a lot of money. I could do a lot with that. But I want to pause the room. My good friend Michi Todd is down in the audience. Oh my gosh,
Hey, bitchy!
I haven't been able to tell him to go to bed for like 6 months. It's got to be the middle of the night. No, wait, maybe you're in the U.S.
I think he's still in the
No.
States.
Do you know where Mitchie is?
He is. He is just a few hours from me, actually.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Maybe he's been sleeping this whole time. You told him to go to bed and he slept for 6 months like Sleeping Beauty, and now he wakes up, this beautiful young maiden.
What if he's really a bear and he hibernated?
Maybe he found a bear and he hibernated?
It could be.
Or a dragon.
I was once told I would be an otter if I was in that community, and I didn't understand what that meant. But that's what they told me my animal personification was. Someone let me know if that's complimentary or not.
I don't know you well enough to tell you that you're that, but it's similar to a bear, but opposite.
I do know that otters are very compassionate. They will hold each other's hand as the other one sleeps, because they'll sleep on the water on their backs. So their partner will hold their hands or their little paws or whatever while the other one sleeps. So it's a very considerate animal.
But
so
they will also. Sorry, I have won awards for being like a holder of useless facts. They will also drown each other during copulation because they go underwater and they just.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
that's pretty
so,
metal.
Sorry to just
it's
blow your little beautiful.
So it's like the
there,
fullest of spectrums, where there's like sweet, the couple at the end of Notebook, just drifting down the river together, and then they're just passionate lovers, Canessa. Like that's passion.
That's bad.
Yeah, that's almost romantic if it wasn't so horrific,
Interesting. We went from gay to straight.
Sorry.
No worries.
But yeah, it's that would never happen to a sweet otter couple like myself.
I did want to point out ZKL. I hope I said that right. I saw you open the speaker panel. I was going to get to you next, so I see you drop back down into listener. If you do have anything you'd like to share, please feel free send the request back up. I'm sorry, sometimes we bounce around quite a bit. This Twitter space is like the inside of my mind, like how I'm like, oh, I want to build. Oh, but maybe I should like dabble in music NFTs. But what about this guy in Decentraland? But oh yeah, maybe Michi Todd is a bear. And oh, my friends, otters. This literally is my brain.
Well, I understand because now I see bubbles here, and I was thinking before when we were saying about the metallic for avatars that you cannot do yet. I was thinking in the nails that they do that are awesome, and that would be the perfect thing for Bubbles brand. To be able to have glossy and this kind of metallic for the goals, or for the it's something that we have to think that is maybe something that is yet pending on Decentraland to do, because Bubbles probably will knows better about this, but in nail world, I think it's super important to have this nail polishment, and it's very little work in there. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I am wearing chrome nails right now, so metallics for avatar nails I am down to figure out. I know I've seen some wearables that have like pseudo metallics. I think they're more like faked metallics in the textures than it is an actual metallic, but If people know how to do them, please reach out. I would love to know. I am still a baby noob, as I joke with Blender, so I'm not the most knowledgeable person on this panel right now. Scott, whoever is behind the Angzar account, Green Zipper, and everyone else might have a little more skills than I do, or a lot more. But yeah, I mean, I'm down. I think what I want to start doing with nail art in the space is, you know, I've brought in intricate nail art, and now I want to just like explode that and like bring more artists in and, you know, just evolve it. And so, yeah, if metallics is the first step, I'm down.
With Scott, we were trying to do that with the Papillon, the one that I was showing that day, and we didn't achieve it. So if someone knows how to, yeah, reach also to us.
Yeah, if the I think we just did the top part, the upper body of the papillon. If you guys don't know, Argent makes these little gods and goddesses. They're very whimsical and beautiful. But if it were an object that was like in the builder, you know, something in the scene, it is allowed. It is able to have specularity. A really good example of specularity in an environment is the meta yachts, the Golden Temple. If you go in there, the textures are seamless. The model, the build is really beautiful. So they've got some. It looks like what displacement texture maps. And you know, high specularity. They've done some fakes of volumetric light, so it is possible to make, you know, something look really beautiful. But for that end, in my understanding, it's only possible in the environment and not at the character level. And you know, as far as I know, something like that ought to be possible in the Unity render. It looks better in the Unreal engine. And I do know that the what was it, the manifesto or whatever, there what was mentioned was, you know, having other render clients for Decentraland. So using something like the Unreal engine in addition to the Unity render, which is what's currently used. So I don't know where we are in that process, but yeah, it's anything's possible, you know, given the right vision, the amount of resources and time. So keep your fingers crossed, keep pushing, keep bothering people, keep passing polls and holding spaces and advocating for, you know, for a better reality, literally. So that's, I guess, my suggestion.
Well, and you think about the things that sorry, CK.
No. I was just going to say, and thank you, Scott. I mean, what you do, the access to you and you being such a great teacher and sharer of information is really why a lot of us have been able to do what we do in this space. So thank you.
And I was just going to say, like, think about the things that are little now seem to be big not long ago. Like, I'm just thinking Rustan publishing his first body paint. I remember that thing, like waiting. It took 2 months to publish that. And that wasn't that long ago, but now that seems like such a trivial, small, you know, thing where like weight painting. Okay, that was easy to figure out. And just so many things for me personally, just emotes, like trying to figure that out. But yeah, your knowledge, Scott, has really made, you know, like we've talked about before, how a wall for me might be a speed bump for you. Like it is. I mean, I literally hit that wall in building and I'm like, I can't go any further. I just cannot do it without just getting on YouTube tutorials and figuring out like all these, so much stuff. It's overwhelming and frustrating and you know, then I give up. But like, you come along and you've got the information, and I think that goes along the lines for any content that, you know, somebody is going to reteach others. I mean, it you know, but we could all be gatekeepers, and you're not, so we appreciate that.
Well, thank you. And what I'm doing is nothing special, and it's been done by multiple people in this space. You know, I'm looking down at the listeners gallery, and I see KJ, and I see Nikki, I see Mana Daiquiri, you know, who else? Nicole, Josh, you know, all these people, Existential NoHo, Fancies down there. Excuse me, I could go on and on. I do want to point out, though, that in about an hour, Last Slice is going to have a 3D modeling session, sort of like a FAFO. So I don't know, Mariana, if you are prepared to speak about that, but if you go into Last Slice Discord, I think they even have a tweet out about it. But yeah, it's sort of an open session where they're going to be talking about 3D modeling. Yeah. So anyway, I don't want to talk extensively about it. I wanted to just open that up to Mariana, or if Lastrom is out there. So yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, of course. No, thank you, Scott, for bringing it up. Yeah, so at 7 p.m. Eastern actually is when it's going to be. So not in an hour, but almost an hour. No kidding. But yeah, so there's going to be 2 sessions actually tonight. So the Angzer team, they're going to. So we have 3 teams in the next 2 days that will be kind of showing what, you know, they've been working on. So tonight we have the 3D modeling team at 7 p.m. and then the audio team at 8 p.m. So after. So for the modeling team, there's going to be like Arconomus, and then for audio, also Paladin, Raja, Arthur. They're pretty much just going to be showing like all the different sound audios that they've been creating for the scene. I think modeling, I don't want to code it, but I'm sure maybe they'll give you some access to the factions. I think that's going to be like a really cool upcoming thing that, you know, everyone's kind of finalizing right now, getting those models ready. And then Cody, and I'm sure, and maybe Lastrom can come up and give some alpha on what he's going to show, but I assume it'll be something around the quests and faction capabilities. So yeah, a lot of cool stuff coming up. And yeah, so the coding call is at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on the 27th. And I did pin the information tweets to the thread of this Twitter space if anyone wants to refer. But yeah, all sessions will be held live in the live development in the Discord. So if you haven't joined yet, feel free to join. But yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. Especially just seeing how Angzer just kind of came together in the last 4.5 months. So yeah, Angzer is 4.5 months into their 6-month grant. So a lot of great progress has been made, to say the least. So, and a lot more to come. So the whole team is definitely excited. Everyone's, you know, heads down, trying to get this plaza fully functional. So yeah, I'm excited.
You know who's a really knowledgeable developer? It's Mariana. You were at one of our. You've been in a few of our FAFO sessions, and you've provided more than a couple of times some really helpful advice. So I just wanted to say thank you to you. And yeah, it's just it's really a role that any one of us can put ourselves into. It's I know, Canessa, you're familiar with this, but you know, it's the standpoint of like presuming positive intent. You know, you come into a space and you just assume that everybody's there working towards, you know, a similar end goal. And with that attitude, if anybody has a question and you maybe even have one tiny piece of an answer, to just offer that up. And even if you can't provide the entire answer, perhaps your little piece will remind somebody else. It'll remind Jared that, oh yeah, I know this other thing about materials, or you know, about texturing, or about the grant submittal process, or about, you know, submitting a wearable to the curation committee, or whatever. You know, it's that collective wisdom that propels all of us forward. But it starts with that individual attitude of assuming positive intent and just propelling everything forward. So thank you, Mariana.
Yeah, and I did want to also open the invite, whenever, if you are in the Angzar Discord, and if you see them, if you see Arcanimist, Lastrum, Dogman, whoever in the voice channel, we literally encourage everyone to just come into the voice channel and just watch them code, model, whatever it is, literally at 24/7. Whenever you see them, feel free to just join them and just see what they're working on. They literally extend that invite to everyone. So yeah, join the Discord and pop in if you're curious what the secret details are in the Angzar. So outside of the modeling sessions, so sometimes they do go in there and meet up here and there. So yeah.
Angzar voice calls are like Fafos, but with all adults. Everyone knows what they're doing. We're just in ours. It's we usually call on those adults.
Right. I just want to say thank you, Mariana, for saying that, because there's been many times I've looked in that Discord and seen people in there and being like, man, I want to jump in, but I don't want to interrupt if they're working, just by joining. So I appreciate you sharing that. Welcome. So
yeah,
I'll definitely be jumping in.
Yeah, because we do have some internal channels. So if it was a secret meeting, we would have gated it. So the ones that you see, yeah, if they're public channels, they're free range. So we'll see you. We'll see you in there, right, CK?
Oh, I'll definitely be jumping in there for sure.
Awesome.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. I feel like that even in the CBD Discord, if I see people talking, I'm like, oh, I don't know. I think it's the the imposter syndrome. No matter what, I'm like, I'm not worthy. I don't know. They're smart.
Yeah, I rated Scott and Cheddar Queso and Fafo yesterday, and they were talking about shoes and blender. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't feel worthy to be here, guys, or not. I don't make shoes and blenders, so maybe I should just let you guys be. So yeah, I feel ya.
Yeah, but that's the best, the beautiful thing is we are all worthy and we are all right where we are supposed to be. And so I'm a better cheerleader for everybody else than I am for myself. So yeah. And I see Seed, you've come up to speak. Hopefully I didn't miss anyone else before that. It's been a while. I'm glad to see you here. How are you today?
Howdy, everyone. Hope all is well as it could be. Yeah, I have not been around for a little while there, unfortunately. There's so many reasons, but mainly the reason is, the reality of my situation is I deal with a disability, so it's not something I really have become accustomed to or want to be used to. I kind of try to pretend like it doesn't exist most of the time. And I threw myself into this crazy project, which I didn't know if I was going to be able to physically do it. And then I just kept pushing and pushing. And I built this art installation / sculpture for NFT NYC, and it was intense. It's been about it's been 7 years since I've done these these things. I haven't been able to do all the things I'm used to doing in a really long time. So yeah, it took a lot of energy for me to do all of that. So I had to kind of give my body somewhat of a reset moment there. And yes, it's been really intense, but I somehow did it. I finished it, and it worked out. And it looked pretty cool, and I had a lot of fun. I was trying to find people that I met in Decentraland in real life, and I did meet a few people that are in this room right now, which was really cool. At that point, I apologize because I was basically like ready to like collapse. So my energy levels were like, when the event was finally over and I, packed everything and got it back into the truck. I was just like so done at that point. I was like, I'm seeing triple at this point. How am I going to even drive? But yeah, I made it out. I got to see a bunch of artists that play in Decentraland a lot. And I got to see them in real life, which was really amazing. And yeah, I mean, that was kind of like a big accomplishment for me because I haven't really been anywhere in a long time. So, and what a better place but to like be amongst people who I see regularly, like in Decentraland. But yeah, I've just been doing a lot of like behind the scenes type of work, trying to figure out a lot of stuff with Seed and planning like future events and just kind of like putting it out there that it's like really open to anybody that wants to perform. We don't really have like a particular list of like reasons why we accept or not accept anyone. For the most part, it is, well, it's completely open. We just don't like having, pornography or like slurs or like things that might trigger people. And it's really hard to decipher what those things can be. So we keep it kind of basic. Um, just don't hurt anyone. And that's really all it is. It's just like, be creative, do your thing. You can perform pretty much anything you want as long as you're not hurting anyone. We haven't really had any issues with that, up until this point. It's been pretty amazing. I met a lot of people from different communities and I told them about Decentraland, and I was able to get a few of those people to come and join us. So if you see some new people walking around, um, yeah, just be nice. I try to, give them the lowdown of like all the different events that are structured to help people kind of learn about the different locations within Decentraland that do events regularly. And like the tour and lighthouse and like all these different things that kind of are happening and things that they can be involved in, and not just like things that they can do at Seed, but just overall like the full picture of Decentraland and what it's all about. And then yeah, like I was talking about how anybody can really create a world now. um, so it's just a matter of like, you wanting to do it, and you can just find the Discord, join the groups, become involved. There's so many resources for people to like learn how to make wearables and all these different things like emotes and stuff. So I was kind of, going on and on with so many different people, like repetitively, that I found myself like, oh my God, okay, I just said like the same thing to like 20 different people at 20 different locations. But I'm just like so passionate about it. And I know that it can really help a lot of people. And also like, people that might think like, oh, like how am I going to ever do this, or like I don't have a dev, or you know have like reasons to think that they can't do it. But I feel like the community garners that type of creativity, that if you really have this like vision and you want to create a place in Decentraland, it's just a matter of like having that like intention of wanting to do it, and then all of the pieces are kind of there. It's just a matter of like, being guided, or basically all the things that I wish I had like in the beginning, that I kind of had to figure out on my own. But then I started meeting people and I was like, oh, everyone's super friendly. I can just ask questions. I don't have to like be shy or anything. But kind of just like passing that on to other people that might, I don't know, question like, can I do this? And, you know, so there's like a group, there's this group, a community called, oh my God, my brain. Um, okay, I am completely drawing a blank. But it was a community, a very tight-knit community, and I ended up in one of their spaces one night because a friend of mine was the co-host, and she actually performed at Seed for the first time ever in Decentraland. She kind of like jumped right in. And I tried to like, she didn't even know how to get up on the rooftop, and and then she was in this space co-hosting, and I was like, oh, let me just go in there, say hi, and see what everyone's up to. So I went in there, and I became friends with like a lot of the people, and started connecting with them individually, and telling them about the things that we're doing. So one person was telling me like there's this NFT that they bought. It's of like a PFP character. Um, God help me. I can't remember, my brain. It's a really famous project, but he was saying how they wanted to create this NFT, and turn it into like a wearable. So I was like, okay. And then all of a sudden the Wearable Wednesdays thing came up, and I was like, oh, that's perfect. I can just like plug that in. And then you can connect with people that are either doing this already or have like the resources to kind of figure it out. But yeah, there's a lot of really, really awesome people that are just picking up this idea that like they too can do this. Like it's almost available to anybody. It's just a matter of wanting to do it. And I feel really strongly about that with Decentraland. I mean, for me, it's a matter of like how much energy I have. And if I have enough energy, then I can get through, a whole slew of work. But sometimes when I don't have enough energy, I just have to be kind to my body and just kind of let myself rest. And then, you know, next day, like start again and try again. It's like baby steps. So I try not to be too cruel to my body. So I gave myself some breaks here and there. But I think overall, just the idea of like community building for me just goes even beyond Seed, Seed as like a place in Decentraland. To me, it's like, you know, me helping the community grow outside of just my own thing that I'm doing. I mean, Seed, itself is actually, that's what it was based around, was to help people create their own movements and create, the things that they want to amplify and bring those up and give them a place to do that. But, if people want to come and play at Seed and they want to open up their own spot, then I look at that like, okay, well, I just accomplished my goal. Like, I just basically gave them a place. They experimented. Then they were like, oh, I love it here so much, I'm going to create my own space. And to me, the more like the merrier, really. I feel like that's what like a true community really is it represents all people from all walks of life and gives them the opportunity. And overall, I think that's what decentralization is really all about. It's like breaking all the boundaries and the borders that once were kind of limiting, different types of people from doing different things. And now it's like there's more capabilities where those people have those resources to make it happen. And that's really all I had to say. And I'm sad I can't remember the name of the project. It'll come to me though.
I love what you said, Seed. I love, it really, like what you're saying about your project. If somebody comes and sees it and is inspired and creates their own, like, I mean, some people, for whatever reason, they just have it in them to like, they have an idea, they execute it, they create something that's never been seen before. But, for some of us, it's like you kind of need that push. Like, I think it helps new users when they come in to see like successful people. I'm thinking like Dr. Drip has successfully made, digital wearables. Like, he's a use case. Other people can look at him now and be like, oh, okay, this is possible here. Or like Seed, what you're doing, integrating like, projections with music. And I'm not saying like, copying other people. I used to tell my students, when I was teaching sixth graders who had IEPs, so writing was not their strong suit. I used to try to tell them it was like a candle. Like when we're trying to create, we all have our candles, and like my candle might go out. Like when I'm trying to come up with ideas, my candle might go out. Like my writing, I might run out of ideas, and I don't have any ideas, and I'm like, okay, I'm stuck. I don't know where to take this story next. But I can go to, my friend Mariana down there and be like, all right, I was gonna write this story about this character and blah blah blah, and she can like give me a little bit of the flame from her candle. She can light that candle back up, and so I guess I think of it more like that. The as we see each other being successful, we can be inspired and like, all right, cool. Like, I guess my point is we need success stories here to show people that it's viable. That yes, you can come in and create these amazing, amazing things. And I love being at Seed. I love the vibe, the energy. I don't know if you heard, but like Sinful and I and a couple others showed up on a Friday a while back and just hoping there'd be music, and there was no music, so we just danced and spammed our number 4 key and sat on the yoga mats, and it was awesome. And let's see, CK, you had your hand up, and then let's see, Private Group MNFT after that.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of like piggyback on that conversation and really shout out, Mitchie Todd, who was just in here, and what Anthony Sims and UMAC and the Face Fashion House did, because that's what, like, when I started in the space over a year ago, I got that fashion grant through their group, and I got to create a wearable with Mitchie, and that showed me sort of this world of creative possibilities. As somebody who was just like hanging out and enjoying the fun of different experiences, and it really catapulted everything into like all that I've done, and it's been such a catalyst that I would love to see more of that in the space. I think there's so many resources, and I think sometimes too it's hard for, or feels uncomfortable for, new people to want to ask for the help, because there's two sides of it. There's this welcoming community that wants to help, and then there's the person who might need help but may be too afraid to ask, and how to bridge that. And I think sometimes having these opportunities where people are, helping people publish by covering their publishing fees, or working with them to create a wearable if they don't know how to use Blender, but help teach them and give them like a guide by guide step process of that. These experiences are what help create new creators in the space and help the space grow. So I just wanted to say that, basically.
Yeah, thank you, CK. And like, I'm just thinking about like if you're new or old and you haven't done that, you haven't published a wearable, like I haven't either, like, I mean, I guess the beer, does that count? But I think sometimes I'm hard on myself, because I'm like, geez, everybody has done that. Like, I'm looking through the room. I think
The
maybe
beer
Peewee, I don't know.
counts, for the record.
He hasn't, but that's a beat. Well, I just published it. Like, Rustan made it, and it's got my butt on it. But other than that, like, I don't know. Like, and so I'm hard on myself sometimes, because I'm like, geez, I haven't done more. But I guess I just want to remind people, like, creating a wearable does not dictate your worth here. Like, that is not how we find your value. Like, I guess I'm just hard on myself. So I imagine other people might be like comparing themselves to everybody that maybe started at the same time, or like, CK, you started last year. Like, and I don't know. It's like a public service announcement that you're enough. You don't need to be publishing wearables to have value here. You are enough just the way you are. Because like some of us, we're here for different reasons. We're here to.
Does anyone know if that is a requirement for stateless vision, though? Because if it is, you should all publish a wearable just so that you can get one of the stateless vision. Because there's still left. There's only 1,000 of them. I don't know all the things you have to do to get airdropped free glasses, but I know that I felt special when I accomplished them. And I know one of them is like using his stateless expresses. But otherwise, I don't actually know if you have to publish or have sell volume. Is anyone here?
I don't know. I that's a club I'm not a part of. If I had requirements like that, I'd be like, you have to like go hit the bong emo 500 different places or like in the middle of a business meeting, you have to go in.
Because I only assumed that it had a sales quotient applied, because like Stateless's other, like, you know, the main thing his website has is the like nice aggregated data of sales in the marketplace. So like in my P brain, I was just like, well, there are mystery requirements and this man tracks sales, so obviously some kind of market participation. But the only thing I know is when I was trying to get my pair, the only like indication from him on what any requirement was, what from him was, I said that, and he's like, looking at the data, I can tell you that you're missing what you're missing doesn't happen in the marketplace, was the gist. So like, he didn't actually confirm if it was ever required at all or not. He just told me that I needed to turn my attention elsewhere. So, but I don't know. I like that kind of mystery. Like, I feel like we need more things like that, and they just need to be better publicized. Like weird random things where you accomplish, because like, you know, I guess technically publishing wearables is required, it costs money, but like everything else about it is like seemingly free. It's cool. I had fun.
Yeah. Back like one of the reasons I started accumulating so many wearables was I was going to try to do a Ready Player One style scavenger hunt. I had a parcel of land I was going to put like a tiny little treasure chest on, and then when you open that, you're going to find like numbers. And so like I was just going to like pack a wallet with like where mythics and legendaries and everything. And so I kind of have strayed from that, but it was like, really, we need a Ready Player One style scavenger hunt that would, like, I wanted it to change somebody's life. Like I wanted it to be
the
NFTs.
I think that's a dope idea. I love I suck at scavenger hunts and those kinds of things. Like my PFPs from a collection called the NFT Birds, and like a year ago, the founder, because he hadn't sold all of them out, so he like put like 12 of them in a wallet, like you just said, and then he had this like crazy like puzzle he made. It was insane, like nuts. I can't do it justice trying to explain it because like I didn't make it past like the first step, but it was like super nuts. But I think DCL has a lot of limitations though, that we'd have to get Nikki up here to tell us about all the things that was frustrating about when, you know, when she was trying to do the scavenger hunt leading up to Vroomway. Because like I remember, I think someone like found one of the things like just so fast, just like from, I assume, cheating and looking at the data, you know, sucking the joy out of it like a developer will.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots to unpack there. I think we should continue to accumulate wearables and NFTs to do that. I want to give the floor, before we do that, to Private Group NFT. I believe this is the first time you're in our space. Welcome.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much. I was trying to think about stuff that's not implemented yet in Decentraland, and I came up with something great maybe for the community. Basically, it's a portal hub where basically everyone with a private land basically can say, hey, can you post my land on your place if you own land, for example. So make a plot where there's different portals that leads through private places, for example. I haven't seen that in the in Decentraland still, so I was wondering how you guys would look into or think about something like that. How do you send?
That, for Cyclopa, he has a parcel, and on his parcel, all that there is just like a monolith of like game links. So it's just like, so he has something like that. Now literally that's all his parcel is. But I dig the idea of like people connecting together. I think like you need to find like the right kinds of communities to form, because like I can see people being like competitive about it, being like, oh, like, I can't link to your product because it's, you know, going to take users from my product, which is like, you know, not how you build something together. But I could see people being reluctant like that. But I definitely think that like it makes sense that like, you know, not every, like many games have, you know.
I was thinking it like you have a weekly reset on a button, and if you like it, your place get in the middle or center, for example. So it would be a weekly vote, and everyone can join with their portal, for example.
I don't know. You would need to get a technical person up here to talk about the feasibility of something like that, because that sounds more like dynamic. Whereas, like, you could definitely like just push, like, you know, it all push to your build, kind of like links. But I bet your idea sounds more fun and dynamic, and would probably need like the foundation to like incorporate places or events or something into it. I don't know. Beyond my
Yeah, maybe. I don't own land, but I always had this idea in my mind for, okay, how can you improve the community? Maybe because land is scarce and it costs a lot, but if you own a name, it's not, the cost is very low. So I was just thinking, well, why is there not a portal hub where everyone can post their portal, for example, where there's thousands of places to put, or multiple floors, for example. But your portal will get lower if you got more likes on your land, for example. That was my idea, basically.
I've played around with ideas before like that. Like I've thought about that, like a tower with resources. And this was before we started doing this Twitter space last year and before the CBD Discord was started. My idea was to have like a place where you could go if you wanted a DJ. You could go to like the third floor are all the DJs that actively play, and you could just like, you know, shop, and each one would have the little profile. Back when Ice Poker was like zinging, I thought about having like a meet and greet for guild owners, so like they could meet potential players. Since then, you know, I guess we've kind of outsourced a lot of that like collaboration to the Discord, where now we have, you know, it's not on Decentraland, it's on, you know, the Discord where you can connect and meet different people. But I haven't really, you know, I never really thought about having like portals like that. I've thought about putting portals to the different metaverses, like having, you know, you can walk through this to spatial or monoverse. But I like that idea. I think that would be really good. And I think you know, some of the drawbacks might just be space. I'm trying to think of like how many portals could you put on one piece parcel, and
doing it in worlds though could be dope. Doing it in worlds, like you can make the most epic experiences where like the portal is in the shape of a door, and like you've entered this vast dungeon, and then once you've run out of all the triangles and everything to like effectively do what you want, you're like, oh, go through this door, and then like it's like dungeon level 2. Like I feel like I mean, obviously that is absolutely not what this idea was about, of interconnecting community things, but I think there'd be fun ways to utilize the like premise of portaling between, you know, worlds in other fun creative ways. So I like the idea.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
has
cool.
anybody minted the name Portal yet?
That feels like it was a popular video game. If NWiz hasn't minted it yet, that was a miss.
Well,
I was Half-Life a good.
So today, actually, in the Decentraland DAO Discord, Dogman just shared the Git repository for the Portal.
Oh yeah, the Portal, the actual game
feature
too,
you can add to Decentraland.
You can make Portal 2.
Yeah.
Only like probably way less good because there's no gravity physics defying things really, right? I don't know how to build in DC.
And I have another question. It's about the Discord that you guys are all on. I cannot seem to find a link that's working or anything.
Oh, well, are you trying to go to the main Discord? Because that one I think has a bad link. It's easier to invite people to for what it's worth, the actual like Foundation DCL Discord is probably the worst of the community Discords. I'm not saying that just because I was arbitrarily banned from it last week. I felt that way before that happened, but I doubly feel it based on the arbitrary nature of how hurt feelings dictate the actions of those in charge in a centralized way.
Okay, private group, I'm going to DM this to you right here, just so you have
thank you
and
so
then
much.
you should join the DAO.
You know,
yes, I'm going to continue to be a listener.
You should get involved in the DAO. It's horrifying. You're going to hate it at first. It's kind of like going to a school board meeting, but like weirder and more uncomfortable and way less polite.
That is legit the best way to describe it sometimes.
Well, sounds fun. Yeah, I'll see my messages for that link then. Thank you very much, and yeah, I'm gonna continue listening to you guys, and I'll put out my mic. Have a fun day and happy weekend, at least for me.
Private group, before you go,
Yes.
So you've been in Decentraland before. How long have you been a user?
Since 2020, something like that. So, oh wow.
Awesome, that's great. Well,
I've been still farming and stuff.
And let's see, what is your username? Would we know your username if you were in Decentraland? Is it private group?
Major is it's Major Lol basically.
Oh, okay. So you're on the platform with us. Awesome. You came in.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, I see you. Yay. It's so funny. Sometimes I like know who people are, and sometimes I don't. And
I get so
good.
frustrated
It's nice
with
to make
people
that
who have a
connection.
different PFP and a different name on every platform.
I have a different name on Discord, a different name on Twitch, Twitter, Twitch, and in this game.
There was one, I don't remember who it was, but there was one person where like they're like, "Oh, that's me on Twitch," or like I was like, "Oh man, that's crazy because I like you in Discord and I like you on Twitter." But in the third realm, I find that guy to be a dick. Maybe it's just like the PFP, the way it was so it's like I don't know what it is. It's just like I wish everyone just unified.
I always think I always think it's better to talk than to type. So yeah, but that's me personally.
I think that's true.
They have zero miscommunication. So
much harder. I agree. But yeah, I liked your idea. Thank you for asking about it.
Yeah, no problem. If someone could maybe make it.
That's the harder part.
But yeah, it's an idea, so it's gonna be a tough job to create it. For example, the shifting portals and stuff. That would be a hard part, I would believe. If you have more votes on the plus, and then your portal goes more down the rank or closer towards the main ground.
Gosh, what if it was like what if it? I mean, I'm no coder, so I always like coming up with ideas.
Same.
And like the developers are like, "What are you like? That's impossible. Don't say that kind of stuff. You can't do that." But what if it was every time you update your scene, you get bumped up on the list? So like the fresh scenes are always coming up. Like they're gonna see that more. So like if you're not actively changing it out, but then again, maybe your scene is perfect, like True Banner. Maybe you don't need to. I mean, they change it for like the current events, but maybe it's like the users on Parcel. Or something where you could spotlight lesser known parcels so that it's not just a popularity contest, but it's like, hey, like this place is awesome. You got to go there. And, something to make it, to uplift each other. I've come up
for
with
example, the maze has a private plot, of course, so you need to do the ladder climbing and stuff. So yeah, they have a plot to promote it, but it's not so good. Let me say it like that.
Are you talking about Judas's maze?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Everyone, you should know who Judas is, and you should appreciate his contributions to DCL building. He's a lovely gent.
And finish his ladder climbing maze.
I haven't gone yet because like I just feel like I'm gonna get claustrophobic and frustrated when I get lost. Because like I already get frustrated into these like not mazes when I'm like, oh, I can't get out of this building. It's so I'm just like but I haven't seen one person say anything negative about it, and I see lots of things. People seem to enjoy it, so I definitely want to check it out because it's a new and novel use of worlds, so we should all be supporting it if we're actually excited about the future.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say check it out because it's nice and you get an NFT if you finish it or a wearable. Then you can shine with a nice backpack.
I love that. That's such a cool way to show off your accomplishment. I made a maze for the build today. It's actually not new. It's an old one. I made it like it's my first actual scene for this land, but it's so hard. I can't. I got lost. I fell off, and I'm like, dang it! Now you guys are gonna watch me like struggle because I tried it a couple times last night, and I'm just running around like a crazy person. But there's like a back door to it, so if you can't do mazes, just
I noticed that. I would say make a ladder or something in the middle, and no possibility to cheat.
Well, I was telling the first few people in the space today, if I ever make a scene that has parkour, just look for a secret entrance because I'll never make a parkour that I actually have to do, especially during
that you cannot finish yourself.
Yeah, because like if I fall and I'm trying to talk to people and let people up to talk, I can't be like trying to concentrate on parkour too. So I learned that really Sinful and I need a quick way to just get to the spot and then like not have to focus on both. But one time the invisible collider that I made my ramp, it didn't work. So then I was like, oh, I think that was the stairs back when I did the CBD build with all the different brand logos, and it had stairs you had to climb way up and then jump off to get onto the platform, and those stairs were a pain in the butt too because there were no guardrails.
Have you ever used /detect tabs or not?
Oh, sorry, you kind of cut out for a little bit. What was it that you asked?
Have you ever used /detect tabs?
No, I don't think so.
If you do /help, then you see the command for it. Basically, it makes every model red. So if you made an invisible one, you can still see that it's invisible with the command, basically.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would be helpful. I think it was just a temporary glitch that it didn't work for a while, and I don't like putting elevators on land because I don't know if they're better now.
They glitch too much.
Yeah, like when there's more than one person on the scene, you can shift to a less populated realm, use the elevator to get up to the area, and then go back to the realm where everybody is. But that's kind of a pain, so it would be nice if elevators also just worked seamlessly.
That would be nice. Okay, I'm gonna leave you guys here, and then I'm gonna back to the being quiet now. So.
Thank you so much for coming up to speak, Manager, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Yes, bye-bye.
DG announced while the space was going on that the Banked Ice Casino grand opening is this Friday at like 11 in the morning or 2 p.m. Eastern time, and they will give 2,000 banked ice to anyone who goes and participates. You'll have to like leave your wallet in a Discord message, but to any people who enjoy degenerate gambling at the fun, risk-free of no loss, DG is going to have your.
Wow. But you have to have some banked ice.
No, they're going to give everyone 2,000 banked ice regardless. But banked ice is currently the only currency besides the free play token that can be used. They are working toward I don't know if they already got it, but they're going to get the Malta gaming license. We talked about that I think last week because that was the new hot news. So they're going to like have anyone in the US, we're just going to have ice poker, and then we can use the banked ice that's like a worthless non-cryptocurrency. We can gamble with that, which we can then turn into other badgy in ecosystem things. But if you're out of the United States or other countries that allow online gambling, you can if you're not in the land of the free, you're free to do whatever you want. That's good for you. That said, I would advise to not gamble with money you can't afford to lose. Please don't. I'm very uncomfortable. I was happy when the casino closed because I don't want to invest in a casino. I don't want to profit off of people's gambling addiction. And generally speaking, I don't think that there are very many casinos, if any, that are have never ruined anyone's life on their ways to being profitable. So I'm a little torn.
I have a little story about that. I went to a steampunk convention in Arizona last month or 2 months ago. And so if you don't know what steampunk is, it's out there, big dresses, corsets, top hats.
It's like if Rosie the Riveter got into Renaissance fairs.
Yeah, it's like the futuristic past that never happened. Jules Verne. And usually when I dress up and we walk downtown, we get a lot of stares and it's like basically the jaw hits the floor. But in the casino, because we had to walk through this casino to the convention center, I was floored that we were walking past all these people just glued to the machine, and they didn't even know that we were there were there's giant robot animal crazy people dressed up and they had no idea that this robotic man just walked past them, or this person dressed up like vintage AI. So it was interesting. It made me I don't go to real casinos, and so it made me appreciate oh my gosh, wow, these people are into it. So I'll be glad to see a little life over there, though, in the whole DG world, something new, and it's it's kind of cool to see it evolve.
No, yeah, and the ideal thing is in the crypto space, and also with the nature of the banked ice casino stuff, that's cool. There's literally no way for someone to financially ruin their life. Banked ice casinos, that I could shill and feel good about, because there is like you can play for free and over time accumulate a tangible good, and like it may absolutely to like offset the generating of value from nothing from a person not investing repeatedly. Someone has to lose, and fortunately, like in the crypto space, I think more people are haves than haves nots. Like it's much more like Hollywood Park Casino, where I used to play a lot of poker, like which is in like Inglewood, California. Like there's gonna be a lot like a much greater number of like people who don't have infinite wealth and the ability to bounce back. Whereas Decentraland is gonna be there's gonna be plenty of crypto bros just looking to launder some money through the casino. So like that's fine, I guess. Like ethically on the like ruining a life side of things.
Are you talking about like I remember a little while back there was that one casino where you could just play slots and it didn't charge you didn't have to like bet anything, but I don't know if that's still there or
No,
is that what you're
I
talking?
don't
Is that
know.
what's
I don't
coming?
know if that's what I was talking about, but the DG's bringing back blackjack and roulette. I don't know if their slots ever work. Like they have slots that sit around the place that look like they should be playable, like to fill out the casino vibe. But like that isn't a thing that'll be active at the moment, and I'm not sure. I hate slots. Like slots are such a like predatory, sad thing to me. Like the only like good sales pitch I can come up for slot machines is if you're like a really old person and like you have lots of money, like a slot machine like hobby, because like they pay out like 90% of what they take in. So like theoretically, if you just play one with like a really high payout, like it's like a savings account that gets negative interest and you're like hanging with friends. So like I could kind of see it, but like it's just such a like sad use of time if you're not an old lady who has no other way to like mingle with people in the I don't know. It just seems.
I'm so the old lady, I guess, because I enjoyed sitting there.
You could be an
I
introvert.
was like,
That's
this
also
is great.
possible.
I was like, I could just sit here and play these. I love this. Okay, I used to play the slots on Facebook. Facebook used to have like this game section, and it was like you don't make any money or anything. You just basically, it was my way of like meditating for a little while there because regular meditation wasn't working for me. So I found this weird thing with like slot machines where, I'm not losing any money and my brain is just kind of like going off into this weird realm of like, I just keep pushing this button and
Well,
it keeps
see,
spinning.
that's legit.
I
That's
guess
not so bad. Like
it
you
does
made that
put
sound really nice, but like imagine if it was real money and you were just power burning it. Like that's the part that stresses me out. Is like because that's the state of mind you
yeah.
just described is the state of mind that people Canessa walked by who were betting real money and then didn't realize the Tin Man was walking by them. It's like that's so like it's predatory and insidious. I don't know.
Yeah, you get into the zone. I've seen that before at a casino, and I just like walk up to people and I'm like, "Hey," and they like just don't even hear me. Uh, and I'd be like, "So, I guess you really like this game," and just continue talking, and they're just like completely zoned out. And I was like, "Wow, this is like a form of like hypnotherapy almost, except I guess money's involved." But they were playing with pennies. I think it was like, the nickel slots or something. So it was like their laundry money for the month. Um, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess there's a very dark side of it and people do become addicted to like anything really. I'm sure like, there's all kinds of, things people could become addicted to, but I think it's all
Yeah,
about
people get addicted to
balance.
cheeseburgers. You can literally be addicted to anything. Absolutely.
Yeah, I've definitely tried some food before where I was like, okay, let's have this again. But yeah, and then I catch myself and I'm like, okay, wait, we can't be doing this. Let's eat a full diet with different types of food and, eat some more vegetables. They say you can't make friends with salad, but I disagree with The Simpsons. Someone should
No,
make a
there's
salad bowl where
I've learned to love a good salad. I think the salad had a bad rap for a while. I think in the same way like Brussels sprouts had a really bad rap. it's not the food's fault. You're an incompetent cook. Like, don't boil the Brussels sprouts, and then you're not gonna have a problem. Like, don't eat dry arugula and expect it to not taste bitter. Like, there's just just gotta do it right. That said, like, you can't cover something in blue cheese and then also say it's healthy. You gotta balance, but still, you can have a healthy and delicious salad. Totally.
I totally agree. I've had some Brussels sprouts that changed the game, and I was like, wow, I actually like these more than anything I've ever tried. These are they were crunchy. It was just so perfect. And it was a little bit of everything, and they were vegetables, and I was like, wow, look at me.
Okay, this fact couldn't be
yeah.
further from Decentraland related, but did you know that broccoli, cabbage, and Brussels sprouts all they're like in the way we bred dogs from wolves to be a million types of dogs, like those all came from the same plant, like 1,000 years, like a million years ago. I don't know how many years ago.
And they're in the and they're in the cruciferous family too.
Yeah, and that was just I think asparagus, cauliflower, obviously cauliflower, they obviously is related to the same thing broccoli was, but there's a billion. It's just weird, I don't know. The impact humans have had on the planet's kind of crazy.
You know what I thought that Decentraland has needed is we're talking about food, and these food is something that we don't deal much with in Decentraland because we don't need to eat, but think about how much we enjoy it in the real world. And I remember a long time ago at Wonder Mines, I don't know, a bunch of us were having a really good time, and we're like, too bad we just can't go out to eat together. Too bad we can't go, can I buy you a cup of coffee? And I was thinking we need a diner that if you hit it off with some, good looking avatar, or even, whatever, a moose or something. And you're like, hey, you want to go grab a cup of coffee? What if there was a diner in Decentraland where you could go and you could mint an NFT of food, but it's a blind mint. So you don't know what you're getting. You're going to order something, and then it shows up on your table in front of you. And so you might get it might be you got the steak and eggs and a cup of coffee and maybe some boba or something, but then you get that NFT to keep. So it would be the whole premise of I'm going to buy you a drink. I'm going to buy you, some coffee and sit and talk. But then at the end of it, you'd actually have food or something in front of you, but it would be a whole that replicating that human interaction between two people. When they, I don't know, take their friendship or whatever to the next level, whether it's a date or just, going out for a cup of coffee. So who can make that?
I love that idea. The issue is how. For example, especially if you share international, but imagine that right now, for example, we can have this little coffee together. And yeah, it would be awesome. But how is delivered that coffee?
We just need to skip 10 years into the future when we have the headgear that sends electric shocks to our brain, because that's a thing. Someday they'll figure out just the right way to electrocute the brain to so you'll be like, oh man, did you just taste that delicious espresso? That's gonna be a thing eventually.
I think we can do it right now, to be honest. If we're just talking about just coffee, if I wanted to really do this, I would put the image of the coffee in front of you. Ideally I'd be using a headset, but then I would have a little guided meditation describing the coffee, because the sense of smell is the strongest memory that we have. I can tell you what, there's a Yankee Candle smell called Over the Rainbow, and I swear to God, if I smell that, it would bring back a period of life. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Living in employee housing in Alaska, learning how to survive in the bars. Oh my gosh, that would take me back, because the sense of smell, it's our strongest sense. And so if I could describe to you the rich, warm aroma of these beans that were picked by hand by roots in Hawaii and slow roasted over koa wood fire, I don't know, mixed with cream that was hand milked from organic, free range, heirloom breed cows on Maui, of course. I don't know. I bet we could describe it well enough to start replicating. Your brain knows what coffee tastes like. Your brain knows what the, all the good stuff is. So if you could describe it, put the view of it in front of you. This is the stuff that I love, is hijacking your brain to believe that it's real. Like,
Okay, you know the way like Apple Watches can like scan your blood now? Like we can't be that far away from an Apple Watch that can have like a little like 3-slot container. You can put like caffeine in one. You can have your like dopamine something, and then like nicotine for if you want to have your third one's an option. 18 plus, you'll have to unlock that feature. But then you sip your digital coffee, and then your Apple Watch is like, oh, caffeine, so you can get like that buzz. We can't be that far away from that technology.
Well, I have a candle with a coffee beans already in here in my top, and while we are in my desktop, and while we were talking about coffee and this, I just approached it into my nose to smell it, while Canessa was saying that the strong. Well, Canessa say it better, but the strong, the smell, the sense of smell is one of the strongest, as is something that is not yet in our digital environments.
well, and I've thought before as well, like in Decentraland, when we're at the parties, we're at, like MetaZoo, like the old MetaZoo had fog everywhere, right? That was nuts. I was off the hook. And then like, you think about True Band Room everywhere, Dollhouse. If you are a real clubber, you would know that, well, maybe I'm like, okay, the clubs I went to, the smell of the fog machine, like the next morning your clothes would just be reeking of that fog smell, right? But like you would remember that. If I smell fake strawberry, it takes me back to like my rave days. But I thought it would be so cool to have an incense or some kind of like aromatherapy sampler platter, and the like True Band Room would come up with their own scent that is the True Band Room, and then like Dollhouse would have something that is like their scent, and then MetaZoo would have theirs. Okay, so we have these like real life incense platters. I don't know, like we send them to everybody in the mail, and then when you're at MetaZoo, you light that incense. So I know that like Argent and Jared and Nikki and Sinful and Dr. Drip, like we're all smelling the same thing. And it's going to like further that connection in our brain synapses that like this is it. This is what MetaZoo, the experience. Like, I don't know, maybe I totally overthink it. I was also thinking doing the same thing with weed, but that's highly illegal, where like the True Band Room would have its own like strain of weed and it'd be slightly different than MetaZoo, but I digress.
Yeah, in my country that will be illegal yet. But
well, we
I
don't
feel
do anything that's illegal. We don't condone that, but but maybe just the incense.
I used to go to this, my neighbor, a long time ago, and he was like in the design world and stuff. So he was always like bringing home like these weird things from work. And one day he brought home these sticks, and it was like these sticks from France. And each stick, it looked like chapstick. And I was like, I grabbed it, and he's like, yeah, try it. And he didn't tell me what it was. So I was like trying to take the cap off and put it on my lips. And he was like, no, it's not chapstick. You blow, you suck on it. And then I was like, and then what? And I'm like, wait, where are we going with this? And he was like, no, trust me, just try it. He's like, don't worry, no one else tried these before. You have like 4 or 5 different ones of your own. You can keep these. And I was like, oh, okay. So I like sucked, and I was like, holy moly. I had this crazy flavor, and I was like, what is this? It was almost like it wasn't a cigarette. It was just like, it looked like chapstick. And when I sucked into it, it like sent these like crazy flavors in my mouth. And I was like, did I just drink hot cocoa? And he's like, correct. He was like, try the other one. And then I tried them all, and each one had a different flavor. And I was like, what is the point of this? And he's like, it's for people who don't want to eat, but just want to taste it. And I was like, whoa, that is epic. Because like, I mean, I can't imagine what, someone would need this for, but, interesting idea. you know, and the flavors were all like really different. And I was like, how did they encapsulate this flavor in this tiny little thing? And they were like, yeah, it's just like this new thing they're testing out. And I was like, well, I'm wondering where they're gonna go with this. But I guess it was just like, you know, like with cannabis, you have like different, again, here goes the brain, guys. I apologize. There's different like flavors, right? The flavor profiles of different types of cannabis, and there's different flavor profiles from food, you know, and everything is kind of connected and based off of similar things in a sense. It's kind of like the same idea, like a strawberry has like that strawberry flavor to it. But I lost my train of thought now. I forget where I was going, but it reminded me kind of like what you were talking about, of, you know, this being able to kind of engage in something together where you may not be located in the same place, but you can kind of like taste, or, you know, with the incense, you can smell a similar thing together, and it's kind of like you're doing it together, but you're not actually physically together, but you're tasting or smelling the same thing. But I still don't know what those things were called.
Those sound crazy. They sound interesting. Yeah, I'd love to know what those were. Like, I guess in my mind, like where I have tried to think in the past with virtual reality, because I used to use it in my classroom a lot, like, is how to engage as many senses as possible. Like, obviously we get the visual, we can, whether we're using VR goggles or not, we can see, we can hear it. But yeah, even like if anybody has used like haptic feedback, like the vests that you can get, like like those are nuts. Yeah, and I would use VR in my classroom. I had a young lady who, you know, and as people are young, they don't diagnose them with mental disorders until they age 18, because if you're diagnosed at a young age with a pretty serious like bipolar or schizophrenia, it can be pretty, you know, that diagnosis can be pretty dangerous, and people are still growing and developing. But I'm pretty sure that this young lady, I think that she probably has been diagnosed at this point. She would come in after lunch and she could not work. She was so nervous, and she would tell me like, I can't do it. I can't work. My heart is racing. And no matter what I told her, I could not convince her otherwise. And so I was like, all right, let's let math convince her. So I was like, take your pulse. So I would have her every day write down her pulse right after lunch, because she was nervous. She, you know, people scared her or whatever. She would write down her pulse. Then I would give her VR goggles, and I downloaded an app that would lead her through a 10-minute guided meditation. And so she'd sit there. She was allowed to go kind of sit in the corner, do this you know, guided simulation. And then I had her report her pulse again. And it only took like 3 times of doing that to show her that like it worked. And so then that became, she didn't need to do it for 10 minutes anymore. And then she just needed to do it for 5 minutes. Or then she didn't need to do it at all. She would just kind of think about the place. Now I knew that like she had just been kind of like active walking down the hall. Her heart was probably just going faster because she was just active. She was just, you know, moving around. If you sit for 10 minutes, you're probably going to come down a little bit. But VR helped her get to a place where she could, you know, function in a healthy way. And then I don't know, it just really helped her like other times coming back to that. And so I was thinking about it recently, like Decentraland. I've heard a lot of ideas for mental health, a lot of like, I think a couple big grants have been issued for maybe $60,000 for mental health. And I haven't seen anything from it. And other big influencers have come in talking about mental health projects. I have yet to see a good use case that would support mental health here in Decentraland. And there's just so many ways to do it. So yeah, I'm kind of like zipping all over as I commonly do. But yeah, I think as I try to build, I think, how can I incorporate all the senses? Because if we could incorporate them all, oh my gosh, it's real. It's real stuff.
I worked 1 year ago for a project inside the university of psychologists in the psychologist faculty and psychiatry faculty. And they were in an experiment using VR for especially mental health and especially for phobias like agoraphobia. That is something that probably most of us designers has or creators has, or stress, stress to a point that is anxiety, that it and creates and generates attacks of panic. That is probably what was going on this that you described. And other kind of phobias like the one that is that that you are in a very high position or in the top of a mountain and you go or you look down and then you are dizzy. I don't remember how is the name in English, but that thing also as well has proven that if you use the goggles, for example, and if you, as you know, that with the goggles, the sense of the floor is lost at the beginning. The idea for the people that were experimenting this phobia of to trace the space where is on the position in the height of where is your floor, floor was something that is being studied in psychology and psychiatry right now with VR. So kudos to that, Vanessa.
Yeah, it was amazing. I would pick up VR goggles every time I found them at Goodwill, and so for a while I had like 25 pair. I had a whole classroom set of VR goggles. People just needed to use their phones in them, and I would take those. Like I only had 10 students on my caseload, so I had way more than I needed for my students, but some of them, like kids could choose the ones they liked. Some had headphones actually, which were kind of cool because then they'd pull out the headphones and well, actually that's not really cool because then put the little earbuds in their ear. But what was cool is that I could take my VR headsets to general ed classrooms, and then it was pretty cool. I took it to a 11th grade history class, and they got to walk through the trenches of World War I in France, and it was mind-boggling to see these students really try VR for the first time, and the teachers, I think we've talked before about how expensive the barrier of entry is, and it doesn't have to be like VR headsets are $5 at Goodwill. I mean, it's a lot, if you're going to try to accumulate a whole collection for your classroom, but it really opened up a lot when teachers would open and embrace that. And I would teach classes on VR and AR and show teachers how to scan stuff in their classrooms, so the students could take their phones, walk up to a picture on the wall and scan it, and their assignment would be in the picture, because the that technology is not new. It's been around. It's pretty cool to see what we can do with it now, but I would love to see Decentraland used for more of an educational platform than we do. I mean, we've got it as, we call it a social platform, but I don't think that it needs to stop there. I think we can do so much more, and especially these young students, to see what they can come up with. I had a student once who had a really horrible life. He did not want to be in school, and so did not want to do his psychology project, and it was about the brain. He did to fight. I mean, this student was the one, he'd tell me to F off and throw a chair and leave my classroom, and I'm like, thanks. Yeah. Anyway, I give him VR tools, and instead of writing a article about the brain and the brainstem and the hippocampus, he made a 3D model with an elevator that took you up the spinal column into the brain and had you walk around the hippocampus. And so it was a way of getting a student who otherwise would have been shut off for learning to actually engage and be excited about learning. And he took that to his psychology teacher, And his psychology teacher was blown away because as a kid that would not work for anyone. And so it's like, I don't know, maybe just you had to be thinking outside of the box was definitely, that was my wheelhouse, because the box never worked for any of the students I had or me. I hate the box.
I was one of those students, actually. I had a really difficult childhood, and I didn't do well in school because of it, because I had all kinds of things that were going on that a normal kid shouldn't really have to deal with, but it was kind of part of my normal life at that point. And everybody was constantly trying to crack my egg, sort of say, and figure out like why I didn't want to apply myself. And they would always say, oh, like, you're really smart, you just don't apply yourself. And I would be like, well, as of now, I am focusing on this doodle here because this is allowing me to forget about the things that I have to deal with before I leave this building. So it was my way of like surviving through that, and like making art just overall was my way of surviving through those times where I just like didn't know how else to deal with it. So when like just like those slot machines, like I would make art and that would put me in this like state of, like control. Like I controlled the sheet of paper and I could draw whatever I want and I didn't have to answer to anybody. And I learned my own way through this creative path to kind of help guide me and figure out what I wanted to do, and applying myself to what they wanted me to do wasn't really important to me, because I was like, well, why do I need to pay attention to you? I'd rather survive mentally and psychologically than to like sit here and just go along with whatever you think is important. It was kind of like if you were in my shoes, you probably wouldn't even be here right now. So I feel like a lot of people in those situations that are dealing with like severe traumatic life, like on a daily basis, where they don't know when it's going to end, and it's probably never going to end, and you're just kind of like surviving at that point. And like it's psychologically like overwhelming. So sitting there and learning about, I don't know, world history and a bunch of stuff, you just kind of turn off and your brain just can't take in any more information because you're in the state of trauma. So your brain is only focused on surviving outside of that trauma, and you'll do whatever it takes to not go there. So that's why I had such a hard time in the public school system and just like applying myself, because I was always just going through things that like nobody would understand. Like I couldn't even tell anyone really what I was going through. It was like, you just can't talk about it. It's, unless you want to, make it worse. Like you realistically can't really talk about it. But yeah, I mean, that's the battle. It's just figuring out how to, and that's what inspired me to create Seed, because I was like, there's probably a lot of people like me out there. And I wanted to make a place for those types of people that, would normally be situated in the outcast, position, or not really included in things on a regular, in the regular world. And I wanted it to be kind of like free, where I didn't make any rules particularly, or like tell people, we're having an art show and this is the name of the show. We wouldn't even create the names for the art shows until the day of. So it would be like a big it would be like a big empty square, and then we would fill it in the day of the show, and people would always be like, what is going on with this place? But then when they showed up, then they were like, oh, this makes so much sense. So it's weird. Like, I don't know, something about thinking outside of the box kind of triggered that memory for me, because that's kind of, that idea of thinking comes from like a very specific way of living where, you don't even have a box. It's like you never even had a box to even think inside the box, let alone think outside the box. So when you go to like school, there's a curriculum and there's like a specific form that everybody follows, and most people follow the curriculum. And then the few that don't are put in this situation where they're considered troubled or, whatever the case may be. They just kind of slow down the entire classroom from this curriculum that everyone is sticking to. So I understand it from their point of view. Like, as a teacher, it's really difficult. But I think that's what's so important about education is education shouldn't be just for certain types of people. It should also include those people that are having those difficult situations. I think that's because those people can grow up and have like severe mental health problems, because over the years you just keep packing in that trauma and eventually you just like turn into a zombie. But what changed my life was the creativity, and knowing that the creativity was in fact the way that I was going to survive through the worst things, the unspeakable things, the things that I could never talk about. I talked about, in my art, and no one ever knew what I was talking about. It was like between me, myself, and this canvas or this sculpture. So I think that's why it's so important to combine art and technology and music, and like it really just the combination of all of those things has and will continue to help evolve humanity in ways that a lot of people might not have understood before, but will definitely understand soon. Just everything from homelessness to drug addiction to all the things in society that become a burden for, the average person that doesn't have those problems. Even if you don't have those problems, you might not be affected in your bubble, but it can kind of overspill if it doesn't get handled in a way where if you keep forgetting about those people and removing, mental hospitals or removing public services where those people, or making the public services actually help people as opposed to not help people. So those are the kinds of things that I did at Seed, where I would make it so available that I was like inviting the homeless people that I would meet that would hang out, on the street, and I would be like, you can come and paint. We turned our entire floor into a canvas. You can just come and paint. It doesn't matter. If you don't have to have any money. And I'm pretty broke, so I can't give you any money. But what I can give you is a space to come and create. And I think that really kind of changed their perspective. It might not have been an overnight difference in their life particularly, but I think it does spark a sense of like what it did for me. Like it sparked a sense of control over your life, in a sense, where when you recognize that creativity within yourself, then you can apply that creativity to your own life, like getting your life back to a position where you can get a home or you can find the resources. It's like I kind of apply the things that I go through to like learn about Decentraland, to like a in real life situation, like a person in real life that became homeless because of addiction or because of a million other reasons. There's so many different reasons why a person can become homeless, but a lot of the time it
Yeah,
has to do with like mental health.
and you
So
don't need have any addiction because, for example, I don't know in your country, but in my country, as the salaries are not raised, and not raising and are like on the down and compared to the rest of Europe, for example. I mean Spain. The problem that we have is actually how to get to live in any apartment. Is getting like very very expensive. It's more expensive the livelihood to have your own space. I'm not talking about even your own apartment, but your own room. It's been difficult to pay the, especially since the war in Ukraine and Russia. Because all since then is super expensive in here, and so the war has directly affect our regular economy a lot, and a lot of not only the young people, because the young people can still stay with the fathers if the fathers are good. The problem is when the fathers, for example, are not okay because they lose the job, because they are already on an age that is difficult to find job, especially if you are a woman. So it's a lot of issues are coming from there, and especially old people, the oldest, the elders is like supposed to live with some of them with very very low incomes. So that means everybody can be in the street, everybody can have, even when you are so right seeing all appointed that issues, because even when you are not having those issues, maybe when you're younger, you never know, life leads, and suddenly situations that you take for granted has disappeared, like having worker rights or stuff is like that are like putting people that is already poor in a poor situation, and people that is medium in a poor situation, because what is only increasing is the difference between rich people and poor people. The middle people cease to exist. Is like medium class cease to exist, and that's so sad. And even not only what you were saying on the system, on the schools and the learning, and it's so right. I am not a teacher, but I am an educator in science and culture, and I was working, for example, in giving environment education for about the sea, the Mediterranean, for the groups of classes, old people, young people, whatever. And one of the things that I found out is that sometimes the teachers were coming to me and they were appointing to me. These three are very troubled people, troubled children or troubled teenagers. You are going to have very very hard time controlling them. And I was thinking, okay, it's the cell. And then I was giving my in the with the animals in the sea and so on, and teaching them scientific names. No, and you know who were the most participating, the people that were remembering the scientific names better and so on, even a year later, because the same class came back a year later. So the guests will be like a regular student and so, but no, it was these three people that the teachers were appointing as problematic. So I think it's sometimes that we forgot that we learn through game, through playing together. And so while you're giving an experience that is joyful, that can distract from the trauma, because as you were saying, when your pain is in, when your brain is in pain, because it's in pain because of the trauma that is having, and the alarm system is there continuously, so it's going on disgust all and more and more and more and go on. So you need to something to shut it down, and you can go on the path of taking drugs to I mean heavy drugs in order to shut down, or alcohol, or all these things, or you can have the awesome thing that you did, that is, for example, providing the tools with creativity as well, to try to give it to don't fall into that, or you accept that if you are the educational system and you want to include all, that life is difficult for a lot of children and a lot of teenagers and a lot of grown people, you know, life is hard, you know, and you have to give or do the classes in a language that students has to doesn't has to learn, but enjoys to learn. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think absolutely. Some of the things you were saying is, I mean, just in trauma research, when a person is in a stressful situation, our body goes into either fight, flight, or fawn, and those are all stress responses. And if you're in a state of constant hypervigilance, I mean, your body's pumping out cortisol, stress hormones, and it actually causes your brain to change, where your hippocampus is shrunk and your amygdala is swollen. So even your memory is affected if you're just in that constant trauma stage. And I think it's important to, we understand that kids, teenagers are in that, but we are all of us, if we have also seen some kind of trauma in our life. And I personally believe that's why we're in Decentraland. Maybe not all of us. Some of us are here to create, and we might not identify as that, but I look at us shrunk, and your Decentraland gives us that ability to connect with other humans, which is a human. That's at our core. We are social. We're like dolphins or wolves. We're not lone lone animals. We're pack animals. We want to be social, but life is scary, and it might be really hard to go to your job and be in a big setting if you're not an extrovert. I mean, I'm an introvert, but I could go and teach all day, but I was wiped out every day at the end, because that is not, I belong on like the top of a mountain somewhere, like being around a bunch of people. That was hard, but it's easier in the metaverse because I can interact, I can be social, but it's on different terms. Like here, in Decentraland, I don't have to be looking at your face, trying to read your facial, patterns to see if, you tell me that's a nice shirt. I don't have to read your body language to see if you're being sarcastic or really think it's a nice shirt. My point by that is that I think that the entire metaverse, the platform, whether it's Decentraland or all of these, I think that they are going to be used more and more in the future because we're, like you were saying, Seed, society's changing, and like we all know it. I mean, it's changing. Whatever. Like it's. I feel like I'm gonna go doom and gloom if I try to explain it, because like we know that drug abuse, financial situations, like all of that. But I force myself to be like, to not focus on that and say, okay, what can we do to change it? What can we do to make it better? And I think that Decentraland and the metaverse, even this Twitter space, like the first word of this Twitter space is community. And I know in this room, I'm not alone, that there are people who have been through hell, like because of our private conversations. I know I'm not alone, that there are people who love Decentraland because they want to be social, but maybe they don't have the tools anymore or didn't to go and hang out at a real club, but maybe being in the metaverse is giving them some other form of connection. So I think as we move forward, we're just going to have more and more of a need of that. As an educator, I watched what COVID did to our schools. I almost can't talk about it. Like as an educator going through COVID, I cannot tell you the trauma that I sustained. I mean, I left my job. Like obviously they don't have the tools for other reasons too, but like I left my job to go because of the trauma. Hang out at a real Scott, Aja being in the metaverse job because of the trauma. Like we are the canaries in the gold mine. I think as we move gold mine, God, I wish we're the canaries in the coal mine. Of what is happening and what's continuing to come with more and more educators leaving because COVID was brutal, heartbreaking. That I sustained. I mean, I left my job. And okay, so where was I going? I left my job.
Or, well, Ganesha, I don't know in your country, but in my country was not ready for educators. Educators were not, most of them didn't knew even how to use Discord or Twitter to do Twitter Space or even Zoom for the classes and so on. So it was very, very pathetic at the beginning. Pathetic since the point of view that someone that as an artist that uses all this digital stuff already each day for us doing 3D especially, and used to use resources that are more typical of telework, work in distance. We were thinking how is possible that a country as Spain were not ready for that, and it took so long in order for the schools to adapt the technologies in order to give the quality classes for the children. So how that was lived in your corners of the world? How is possible that
well, I'll just say I'm a whole different beast because I taught special education. So I'll just say, like, I didn't have resources before COVID. My students have many talents. Some of them have had the cognitive ability to do a normal curriculum, but they were struggling with emotional behavioral disorders. And so maybe literally one kid, he was a genius. Like I was the one that would administer, the intelligence quotients tests, and he scored higher than me. And I'm like, you're a genius. But if you wanted to know his name, you might have to wait 5 minutes. Or if you wanted to know, hey, how do you get to the bathroom? He's not going to tell you. And so, yeah, I'm like, okay, where was I going with that? And so, yeah, when COVID came along, you cannot tell. You can't. So for students who are nonverbal, telling them now you're going to learn online, and he scored higher than me, and I'm like, you're a genius. Students, who are you might have to wait 5 minutes. You like who have a 50 IQ, they're not. How do you get to the like bathroom? My students couldn't learn. They just we tried. My Zoom meetings were awesome. There would be kids singing. There would be kids with their lights up. There would be like a dog. I mean, you cannot. A beautiful group of people. But it didn't work well for my students before COVID. It didn't work during COVID. But we made the best of it. We did what we could. Yeah, so I think that like I mean, my have a 50 IQ. They're not. I never had a curriculum. I made all my own curriculum. My Zoom meetings. So that kind of was like I mean it was cool. I got to do VR. I got to do like my kids knew about Decentraland. 4 years ago we tried to get into it. Sometimes we had problems getting into Decentraland on the school's computers. But yeah, what I see happening is there's this big shift from people working in offices. Like, I mean, I'm in Washington State. So like Washington is the hub of Amazon, Microsoft, Nintendo, all of the other big ones. Like I've got family and friends that work in Kirkland and Redmond and Seattle. And I mean, that is the hub of tech. And they all worked in these big firms, in these big offices. Well, COVID came along and they could work remotely. Like I'm looking at us in this Twitter space, wondering how many of us work remotely now, because COVID changed that. But what it did to us is also take away the social aspect of going to work. So now you telecommute, now you're on your computer, you're Zoom, but you're missing that social piece, that social interaction that we as humans still need. So I think that the metaverse, like as we go forward in the future, maybe we'll see this big shift of people that are working remotely. They're not going to their job, they're going to their desk, but they need that social piece. But maybe they can't go out to clubs, or COVID still is scary, so they don't want to go out and interact. I think there might be more of a push for society to find ways to interact socially without leaving their home. And I mean, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but you guys have heard me talk before about the changes just in students, the changes in young people, that there are kids that still have not returned to school because they are traumatized by being around people, being around other people because of COVID. A young lady I know, she just went back to school earlier this year, and she has anxiety. So yeah, we'll see the implications. We'll see teachers continue to quit, and yeah, maybe we'll see more online schools as well. I wish I'd see them in Decentraland.
I think metaverses for children, especially, or for old people as well, that they are not really good with technology, but they can find in an easy to go metaverse, they can achieve maybe this kind of little socialization that they don't have in other matters. So really good points, Vanessa, there. Especially, or for
It'll be super nice to see people like teachers that are. I was in a space where they were talking about curriculums, and I know there's people in Decentraland that are setting up like classes and stuff like that. But if the school systems ended up utilizing these virtual worlds to teach kids about, oh my God, here we go again. Like the AI chat bot or whatever it's called, GBT, all those like new AI machine learning, all these things that are like, becoming accessible, because they've been around for a long time, but they were never accessible by the everyday person. And I think what's cool about them is you can actually create school curriculums by using ChatGPT. And you can create these school curriculums around specific things. Like if you're dealing with a certain type of student, you can kind of like talk to the AI and figure out a curriculum that would fit that individual person. And it would take you way less time than like, I don't know how long it takes to like build a curriculum in the school system, but I'm sure it takes a long time to get
It
it.
takes
like,
months. It takes
I know.
months to do a good one. Yeah, like, oh my gosh. I mean, it could take months. And then you got it forever or until the next student comes along. But yeah, I wish I had Chat GPT when I was making curriculums, because otherwise, I mean, I loved it, but yeah, that would have been a great tool to have.
Yeah, you could like provide a service for, kids that are homeschooled. I know the homeschooled people around the world tend to all kind of be part of like this circuit of homeschooled kids. So maybe you could create like curriculums for kids that are homeschooled and then provide a place where they can go and meet kids from other countries, and then, just have like a kind of like a classroom situation, but kind of like enable it to be something for different types of people, with different kind of like needs, or, whatever it is. Or the ADHD, whatever they used to say I had ADHD. And I was like, I don't have ADHD. And I like fought them. I was always like, no, I'm not going to this other class. I'm going to stay here. And they're like, well, enjoy failing then. And I'd be like, okay. I just needed extra time for my testing, and like had a lot of memory issues as a kid. So that kind of made things hard, because like I would learn something and then all of a sudden the test comes around. It's like complete blank, like as if like somebody just like erased my brain in that moment. And of course I would fail the test because I just forgot everything. But I feel like the virtual environment kind of like fosters this weird, I don't know what it is, it's like this weird part of your brain is working that doesn't normally work, because you're not like in real life, but you're in real life. You're just in this place that's created by a digital landscape, let's just say. So maybe there's just like this missing link there. I don't know, some sort of weird connection. I'm my intuitive self is being like, there's something there. I don't know what it is.
Maybe it's the absence of getting put into that fight or flight response. Maybe it's being able to access that in your comfort zone. Like Absolutely. If you think about, like, if I have to go, oh my gosh, if I like talking to you guys, like if I had to do it in person, oh my gosh, like I didn't even want to do these spaces at the beginning when Simple asked. I was like, no. And the reason, I mean, but I did it to challenge myself, but it's comfortable here. I can do it. And so I think, I think there's definitely something to be said about the digital shield that lets us be a little stronger than we think we can. They're a little stronger than we think we are, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe I can be a little stronger than that. Like if I use Canessa's name, Canessa's way stronger than me. Like but I'm trying to change my own life to be like her, be strong enough. Like she inspires me to be stronger. So I think like as we, as society continues and evolves, I think we are going to see way more situations and use cases where the virtual world and this virtual identity has improved our physical world and our physical identity. I mean, I know, I'll write a book. Raise your hand if you want to be in it. I'll study all of us. I mean, we are the use case. Like we are.
Canessa, by the way, I have a very smiley face, so probably you will not be nervous talking with me.
Well,
I have this Zen face that only people is comfort speaking and telling with me, but then when I get angry, they don't expect it because then I put this kind of voice. they don't. It's like, wait, what?
That's awesome. Well, hopefully someday we'll get to put that to the test, and I will meet you face to face, and that would be awesome. CJ, I see you come up to speak. Good. Well, it's not good morning. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Just been listening. I hopped out for a little bit. I had a few things to do, and then I came back in and just heard you guys, out speaking about education and stuff like that. I just had a question because I've stumbled across this place in Decentraland a few times, but I never knew what was actually happening inside of it because I'm pretty sure it's password gated. It's like kind of token gated, but with a password. It's called EMG Campus, and I stumble across most of the time. It's usually like late at night here on the West Coast. I don't know if anybody out there has ever been across it, but it's literally like a education center, and it looks like you can see the screens, like you can see from the outside, but it's like a slideshow thing with like questions about like it has like shapes on the screen with like multiple choice answers. So I've always wondered who was there. There's usually like 25, 30 people there, like on a random. It's never like a set schedule from what I've seen, but I've seen it maybe at least 10 times. So I don't know if anybody's ever seen it before, but let me know.
Do you have the cords to it so everybody can go peep in the windows? They're gonna be like, "What is up?
No,
weird people."
I never ever saved the cords.
I have been there, and I don't know. We should find a way to be classy with our approach because like I have noticed that like if they're like having class, and like if you're like too loud using your push to talk or typing too much in chat or whatever, like they'll be like, hey, can you keep it down, or like we have class in session right now. So
yeah, they've never interacted with me. I've only like maybe chatted one time, but I was just like, damn, I wonder if I tried to guess the password of obviously a bunch of times just to see what was in there, but yeah, I never had any luck.
Yeah, we don't want to chase them away because like that's like so cool that somebody's actually here using it as a school, and they are like a use case. So we need to be really nice and good and respectful and not weird at all. Not peeping in the windows, not being loud. We need to just show them it's normal here.
No, well, that is different from the first status that you were saying that let's go and beat them.
Yes, I retract that and wear like wear ankle length dresses. I will not twerk. Okay, we'll be on good behavior. Unless they're college level, then whatever, they can just deal with it.
According to Existence, he says that it's located at the very bottom left near Vroomway. So I guess everybody go on a scavenger hunt, find the EMG campus, and but yeah, like I said, yeah, just don't don't harass them or nothing. Obviously, it has to be some type of school going on. Maybe it's from another language too. That's one thing I always thought about too. Maybe they're learning English or something. I'm not sure how to interpret it, but yeah, it's definitely around. And even before, I've been across that university place before, the university district, I guess maybe is what it would have been called before, but that place is really, really nice. It was I discovered it when I first came into Decentraland, and always wondered what the use case of it was. But yeah, I could definitely see dance schools working here. I could see DJ schools. I could see like the performing arts, things like that working here in the metaverse, like being able to teach lessons and stuff like that, like one-on-one lessons or even group lessons. I see that working, because I've even done that type of stuff through Zoom, so it's not like it isn't possible. It's just a matter of just attacking what you teach, and making it 3D, putting it in the 3D world versus just having a 2D screen to look at.
We should all think, CJ, of one thing that we're each good enough at that we could teach to somebody else. And like, obviously you could teach, DJing, seed, you could teach art. And that would be so cool to just start doing it and create some use cases so that we can show other people, like, you could be on Zoom or you could be here and be doing it like, but I guess there would have to be an advantage to doing it here over Zoom. Like, what would be the advantage? Because otherwise people are always going to choose the lowest hanging fruit. Like they're going to do the easiest thing. And it's pretty easy to just click on a Zoom link. that works. It might be a lot harder to go into Decentraland that maybe works sometimes, or maybe you get kicked out or your avatar doesn't show up.
No, I agree. Yeah, because this is, but if like with me, I've had a lot of students before, that I do one-on-one lessons with. So I've actually had a lot of them interested in getting into Decentraland, but then the parents always come and talk to me and ask me like, is it kid appropriate? Most of the time, I'm like, I wouldn't say yet. There's not really like a place that we've been able to like password gate off like that to have like a kids area like that. So, but it shows what's possible. Like it just shows like that you can have a place like that, and just get really creative with it. And yeah, I love seeing like just people teach. I think the creation library is really dope. That it has so many different types of lessons where you can learn stuff like that. So really highly suggest, if you guys have never been there, definitely check out the Curation Station virtual library. There's a lot you can learn from that. Like not only just from like how to play Decentraland thing, but like how to like play to earn stuff, and how to do things in Blender and all types of different stuff. Really, really great tutorials in there. So definitely check it out if you guys haven't yet.
What is the link?
It's a Curation Station. I believe the coordinates are 139, 139. Let me just double check on that, but I feel like that's what the thing we wrote was. 139, 139. Or 130, 130 is the coordinates for that. So yeah, definitely check it out. It's really, really really cool. I think most people are sleeping on it.
I believe that the difference with a Zoom call, for example, will be make it playful. You have to have it like gamify tools, gamification, in order to achieve the objectives, make it like more fun that way, because it's a 3D environment, which is similar to being inside a game. And those little like quests, for example, quests that you can do that are collaborative with people, with other students, with in teams, for example, or it can be that maybe the solution with metaverse. You can do that, while outside metaverse you cannot do it, because it does not exist any other platform that is not a metaverse that allows you to do that with students.
Well, and I think like it's important to look at the definition of a metaverse and compared to just a VR world. Like, I mean, if people wanted to just hang out online, there's VR chat, there's Fortnite, there's a lot of different ways to do it. I mean, I remember what attracted me to Decentraland and the concept of metaverse was really seeing the university district up north of here, because back at that time that was the only thing really being documented, that it was being developed. There was a lot of stuff being built, but they had YouTube videos, like I could check their progress, like, okay, we got an update. And they were making like office buildings where people could come in and listen to a class like that. I think if I hadn't seen those, I might not have been like, yeah, this is amazing. This is it. This is like the next iteration of education. But I did. I saw those and I was like, this is cool. And the whole concept that I understood it, I could be wrong because I often am, was that the metaverse was someplace that you would log in to go to work, you could log in to go get an education, and then you could log in and go play, go to a party, go socialize. And we're not there yet. Like, some of us work here, some of us have jobs, but I think we have jobs supporting Decentraland, but not like in Decentraland. And I'm think like it blew my mind when I saw a job listing years ago for a casino host back when they were hiring for that. And I showed my friends at work. I'm like, oh my gosh, we could just go hang out and like work at the casino. So until we're there, like, I just think that we're not at a true metaverse. Like, and I think that like education is one piece, and having jobs where you'd actually come in and work here, like I don't know exactly how that looks, so we're not there yet. But hopefully we'll keep figuring that out, and businesses will see a benefit to holding their corporate board meeting in Decentraland, because their staff from New York can be looking at their avatar staff from San Francisco and Tokyo, and I don't know, maybe hopefully there's so much like PTSD from Zoom meetings after COVID that we're like, no. Like, I know the first couple times I did Zoom meetings for fun after COVID, I was like, I do not want to fucking be here. I did not want to fucking be here, because my Zoom meetings usually always ended in like tears, because I just could not do it all, like from teaching. Like it was horrible. Like, teaching Zoom was not fun for teachers. So anyway, yeah, let's hope that we can keep pushing the envelope and make stuff that's fun and like people want to learn.
I remember when I was studying at college that the University of Texas was having in Second Life a space where they develop the study of genes and genetics. They were having their students from genetics subject to come into Second Life and do some cool gaming. And I was using those notes and those games actually to pass my genetics exam at that time. So I was having free education from the University of Texas to reinforce my stuff that is difficult sometimes to as Sid was saying before, you have to do so many things, and you are doing so many things, and your trauma and all this shit, to actually go and have time for a study on a bored way. But if you are studying exactly the same, but on a more a cool, playful way, it was really cool. I learned a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime we can make it more real, I think absolutely, that's what we need here. Names and DCL Worlds hopefully will let more educators, more educational content come in, because unfortunately we've never found a way to monetize education very well. I mean, the public schools, they it's a business they have, but the rest of us, it would be cool if I was doing a unit on, I don't know, the Oregon Trail, and what if I came in and the Infinity Engine game that you like run with a stagecoach and it just lasts forever. Maybe it's the Oregon Trail and I have to research along the way. I have to sky is the limit. Like there's so many ways to create an educational situation here. But there's also a lot of barriers. People would be like, well, what about okay, Canessa, but who made the bong hit emote? Didn't you make that? Didn't you make some beer drinking emotes? And so I don't know.
You're being creative.
Well, I got news for you, you guys. Your teachers, some of them were hitting the bong after they got home, because I'm sure we were all fun to hang with.
In Second Life, all the teachers, because I was interviewing a lot in those times, I was interviewing a lot of educators in using Metaverse as a way to do it. And a lot of them, what they were having is two avatars, two different accounts, one that is the educator account, which is PJ, absolutely, and the other one that was the very dirty one, or
oh my
more
God.
like the central one.
I need to start doing that. Have like the simple being all like official and whatever, and then Sinful Meat Stick standing right next to him.
You know,
That
I've
could
thought
be
about that.
nice.
Like, what if your avatar could make an avatar? You know, like Canessa is kind of a like reimagining of me, whoever I really am. But what if Canessa like reimagined her persona? Who would she create? Like, I mean,
Maybe
I
Canessa will create your biological one.
yeah, I got some ideas of what she'd create, but yeah, it'd be fun. I think we have permission to create multiple versions of ourselves because we are so multifaceted that we are not just one person. So yes, sinful.
that's why I like my CMPC at Angzar. I like, I love him. I feel like he's like a part of Sinful or a creation of Sinful. But yeah, I wish I could like dress him up.
You can, right?
I thought it only wears like what you were wearing at
Oh.
that point. Oh, okay. So then I guess that is like
Here's the
a way of
here's the
dressing
hack.
up.
Here's what you gotta do. You gotta show up wearing the outfit, and then you get there, you change your outfit, and then it's still wearing what you're wearing before. So that's, I guess, a way to do it. I don't know. I've done it a couple times where I've changed outfits there, and I'm like, it doesn't change it like in world unless you go and refresh the build. So that's a way to do it, I guess.
Facts.
I always got the hacks and the glitches.
So, dude, we just fixed my invisible glitch. Okay, so I don't know, for a little context, I don't know if you were listening. Yesterday I made like a bug report that changing my name wasn't working. So they put me through the process, and then like from fixing the names, it broke my avatar and it made it so I was invisible and like, nothing was bringing me back. And well, just now, we got it fixed. Hugh Powell suggested that I should change, like, if I've changed my avatar's gender yet. So I like went from male to female, and then like I appeared, and I was like, what? And then like I like refreshed, everyone else could see me. Um, so yeah, there's a little workaround on the hacks, but my names are broken again. So I don't know.
It's like pushing the button and and like something breaks and then you fix it and the other thing breaks and it's just like, oh my goodness.
Yep.
Yeah, because I saw you earlier and your name was floating around, but I didn't see you. And it was happening with old guy yesterday too. I couldn't see him for certain periods of time until he would refresh a few times. So, yep. I guess it's the next thing we gotta conquer and report together.
Yep. So yeah, I've been just telling them everything that's happening, and they had no clue what the issue was. Like, they were like probably researching, or it's been reported, so they'll do their thing. Um, and yeah, Hugh was just like, "Have you tried changing gender?" I'm like, "No, I haven't. Let's try that."
That is wild. What if there's more utility to the actual like process of changing gender? Like maybe that triggers something in the code, like some kind of like avatar reset that we just don't realize. But wow, okay, I'm gonna be trying that more often.
It is like a different like armature. I don't know how to describe it. Different. I don't know.
No, it's not.
But,
It's the same
oh no,
armature.
it's the same. It's the same
It,
armature. Yeah.
yeah,
So I don't
it's
know. I don't know.
maybe. Mm, maybe what was wrong, it was not that you were invisible, but maybe your avatar were under the line of the land.
I don't know. Everyone's confused. But
And
I gotta get back.
changing
You know what I know?
and
I know
changing
sometimes too.
well,
When we're at Vroomway, if you like how you can switch your avatar into like your car sometimes. Like if you leave and you walk off parcel with it. Sometimes it takes it with you. So that's another one. It only happened to me one time, but I've seen it happen to somebody else before. But that's pretty fun because then you can take some cool pictures if you get creative with it.
It is funny. I was kind of enjoying being invisible because, like, I don't know if I could like sneak up on people and be like, "Boo," but
Oh, we could still see you. I mean, we could see you. There's like a highlight. So we should have totally let you think you're invisible and you would just be like trying to sneak up. And like, ooh, did I surprise you? And you'd be like, oh gosh, we were so surprised. We had no idea you were coming.
More than sneaking is guess where I am. Because you see the name, but you cannot look at yourself, or you cannot look to you sinful. So if we were playing catch, you probably will always be in the clear because no one can actually catch you because you're invisible, only a name.
We did that once at Altcoin Radio. I had to hide, and then everybody got released at once to go try to find me. But those darn red bubbles on the screen, I was like totally wedged where nobody could see me, and they're like, well, we just looked for the red bubble, and like it was easy. So we have to do that someday, but make it like multi-level where there's like decoy red bubbles out there. And yeah, we've talked about that with like Rustan's shark and Fancy's like werewolf, like things that are actually really scary that you would want to run into. So maybe we need more hide and seek, educational hide and seek. Like you could be learning and then like maybe you accidentally open the wrong closet and there's like Rustan's shark waiting for you.
You can hide in DCL Worlds technically since there's not a map there, and then you can technically, I guess, make a build in DCL World and then do it. If you guys didn't see, also I believe there's gonna be a way where we're gonna be able to deploy a builder into DCL Worlds like real soon. And I also believe the backpack, the new backpack's coming soon too. So just dropping that in there, dropping some Jason X bombs.
That is awesome. I love to hear about it. I just want to shout out somebody in the audience, the mompreneur Metahers. Welcome. Hello. I love listening into her space. She's got amazing spaces, you guys, about AI. So send her a friend request, follow them. I think it's 11:45 my time. But really, really great concepts, ideas about AI and its implications. I haven't seen our friendly AI Viola for a while. I'm not sure if she's still around or if she's taking a slight break. Has anyone else seen Viola lately? Or what are the other ones? I forget their names.
I haven't seen her lately, like in the last week, I would say. But I was seeing her kind of like pop into Genesis Plaza, but not as much. Maybe she's onto like new tasks.
Yeah. For anybody that hasn't met Viola, she's AI, but she's an avatar, and so she'll look like a normal person. But if you go up and try to talk to her, she'll just ignore you and run away. And so interacting with her can be a little sad if you don't know that she's AI. You're like, whoa, this person just doesn't want to talk to me. But once you know she's AI, oh my gosh, I'm like, is she programmed to? I swear she does human things. Like she'll stop and look at you. I feel like she's emoted to me before, but I can't remember. Am I just making up these human qualities that she interacts with?
She emotes. I've seen her emote before.
Oh my gosh. So what are they gonna make with her? Like that it's kind of crazy to think that they've gotten this far and that they're a coffee company.
Wait, so Viola is an AI controlled character?
Yeah. Have you met her? Have you seen her?
I never knew that.
Has she come to some of your DJ sets?
I don't know. Maybe. I just know I've seen her a few times, like just running around, but never responded to me. And yeah, just always had like a female avatar, and that's
like it was pretty like a simple outfit. It's never anything crazy never any crazy wearables or nothing.
Yeah, and it'll be a coffee cup. So like the first time I met her, like I'm usually on my land, like if I deploy a build, I'll like deploy it, I have to refresh, I check it out, and then I just let my avatar like go AFK there. So but if my sound is on, all of a sudden I'll hear, I think I must hear her, or somehow like I see her spawn in. And so, you know, like you're out in the middle of nowhere by yourself, and when somebody suddenly spawns into your land, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm special enough to have a visitor. And so I'm like, hi, you know, how are you? Welcome to Decentraland. Like probably being like a Girl Scout, like way too friendly. And then there's silence from her, and I walk up and I like wave because I think, okay, maybe it's a language barrier. I wave, and then so I guess maybe she emoted, and then she'll run away. And I don't know why, but it's like the worst, most offensive thing to like have somebody run away from you when you're being friendly. So the first time I just thought, okay, like they don't want to engage. I got it. Like, but then this happened a couple times, and I didn't know why they were spawning into my land and then running away. They would run north. And KJ Walker has like a build nearby that she worked on. So I thought, okay, maybe they're from this brand. They don't want to talk. And so sometimes I would chase them, because then I'm like, Viola, you're not talking to me. You need to be friendly. Get back here so I can be friendly to you. And so I think at this point I was talking to somebody at a party, and they're like, somebody was like, oh yeah, that's my creation. And I apologize, I don't remember who it was, but they work with I think it's Carbon Coffee, because you'll notice she's always got a coffee on her head, and they are the one who's programming her. And the reason she was coming to my land is because I have a POI star, so I'm not special. She didn't come to visit or have coffee. Like, guys, I'm from the Midwest. If you meet a new friend and they don't sit with you for 2 hours and have coffee and coffee cake, you did something wrong in life. Like, we're just friendly, like aggressively friendly. And so yeah, Viola is AI, and to my knowledge, the only AI that we have in Decentraland, that, like, I know we have the CPCs in Angzar Plaza, but she takes it to a new level. And just like the emotional, like, I don't know, just the emotions that I felt of being ignored, you know, like it just makes me think, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to learn how to like interact with AI when they're human, but not like human. It's just funny. And so then I did actually, there's like other ones, and I may or may not have chased them down and gotten their wallet, and then I sent them a bunch of cheap wearables because I just, you know, I thought it would be funny if the developer was like, how the heck did the AI get all these wearables? And then I got a bunch of coffee wearables in my backpack, so the creator has a good sense of humor.
I do see her like change outfits. I've seen her in like the rainbow outfit. I think it was from either Absolute Vodka last year or Pride Week, one of the two.
Oh, so maybe I can't remember if that's what I sent. I might have sent that. We really need to get her developer on here so that they can tell us more in depth, like who she is, because she has a minted name. Like it's a minted name. You can see a lot of the stuff that she has. It's what is this? Carbon Coffee? Yeah, Carbon Coffee. So.
Oh, I would enjoy that conversation to know more about Viola and how it came to life, and really would be really, really interesting also to know what she's learning from all of you and me now.
Well, she learned that I will chase her down, so I hope other people interact in more like normal human ways. But yeah, like I wonder about that. Also, just knowing that it's like a coffee company who's helping develop her. Like, I wonder, yeah, is it gonna be like, I could see it being somebody at a coffee store, like serving coffee, but also having that small talk conversation as well. So I will do some footwork on that. I will try to find the person behind Viola and see if they can explain a little bit, of who she is and her friends, the other ones. I think some of the other ones are not, the names aren't minted, so they're harder to find. But I have found her account, and so yeah, hopefully we can get them in here.
Well, maybe one of the things that I think it could be like a really cool thing to watch, just to watch, is to go to a coffee shop or a coffee bar, and you get this screen with people interacting with Viola in there, like someone like Canessa chasing Viola and other things. It can be really interesting just to watch.
Yeah, I bet if they have, been able to record her interactions, like I'm sure it's very interesting to see what people have, how they've interacted. That would be interesting to see how they interact, and then versus like once they know she's AI, do we treat her different? Because I've seen her, go into Genesis Plaza. I don't know what she does. I don't know if she just stands or if she's programmed to go somewhere. But she definitely has a mission,
All I know is AI is learning way too fast, and I'm just gonna be nice to the AI. So when it does become sentient, it's like, I remember Sinful. Sinful was good to me. I'm not gonna rip them apart. I'll just do other method. So yeah.
Okay, so like when people go to Angzar and they see all the AI and like the CPCs that have been programmed, like, for anybody that doesn't know, you can go to Angzar Plaza, you can make your own avatar. It looks identical to you. You can program where it goes, you can program what it says. And so you go, you spawn in there. It's hard, like a little hard at first to know, am I looking at like the real Sinful, or is this his CPC? But then you realize like the names, it does have a little indicator on it. But yeah, it's interesting. Like, I feel like our brain is tricked. I feel like my brain thinks you got like all of them are real. Like I don't feel as lonely, or like I don't feel solitary surrounded by all those CPCs. I feel like I don't know, like I feel like they're real. And I wonder if our brain, at the base reptilian, core level, if the brain is like, hey, I see a body, it's moving like a body, it's real. My higher areas of processing know that, like, oh no, that's an AI avatar. But I wonder, if Decentraland was populated with those, like, would it be totally different? Would people feel like it's not a lonely, empty, landscape? Like, I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
Well, as you were saying, and Sid also, I believe, and someone else that was here before, we are social animals, and as social animals, the vision of others of our same species or species that we are creating bonds, like dogs or, in general pets, are something that, or watching vegetation, because also it comes from even before, but that of course helps that go and having just a big space without any, like without any kind or signal or of life.
Oops, I hit my thumb down. I went for thumbs up. Yeah, I think that absolutely, the more that we can get the environment to simulate life, like you were saying, like vegetation too, having everything around us in Decentraland, like maybe not moving, but like growing. Like there'd be CPCs walking around. The trees are going to be a little taller than they were last week when you came through. I mean, like we were talking before about the census, the more that we can make it real, the more real it will be. And so re-examining some of the simple things that we take for granted, like the sunrise, the sunset, you know, creating them, making them more real, making wind, you know, maybe even the sound of grasshoppers on default plots, like, you know, that change. You could program the background sound. Maybe there's wind. We have so much to do, so much work that we can still do.
Vanessa, do you keep your skybox on or off? Like, do you keep it so it like simulates the actual sun, or do you keep it off? Like, well, I don't think I've ever kept mine on. I always like select my own.
You know, I'm so scared of the real sun, like blinded by going outside. I can't even stand the fake sun in Decentraland. So I'm pretty much always at like sunset in Decentraland. Nighttime sometimes it's too dark, but like middle of the day, that's way too bright. So sometimes I realize somehow it's gotten, you know, flipped off maybe for pictures or something, and I'm like, the sun, it's so bright. But I'm joking about the sunlight. There was like I think 13 posted something about the sun yesterday, and I was like, no. And then I went outside immediately, and the sun had gone down, but the sky was bright, and I like winced, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm living a meme. It's not good. But yeah, for clubs, definitely nighttime. Like, it's always funny when you see somebody post a picture and it's like middle of the day. You're like, no.
And it actually does make a huge difference in photos. I don't know if you guys know that, but like if you have your pictures in the middle of the day, like just the color of your character versus nighttime, pictures are gonna come out completely different. Especially like with the glow sometimes at people's places, or even on the wearables, like the glow shines super bright when you're all the way at nighttime. So just keep that in mind for photos. Sometimes I even noticed recently, like, you know, photos during the daytime. You know, like I'm not an analytics person at all, but like I noticed that pictures that I put up when it's a little brighter in the photo, like definitely seems to have more of an engagement on social media versus like the dark nighttime photos. So just keep a little note out there if you guys are into the social media stuff. That's just a thought. But yeah, for the most part, I usually keep mine at like around 20 like 30. You know, like that's like a perfect spot for like the purple sky without either the sun or the moon in the sky. So. But you can get creative with it. You can take really cool pictures with the moon. You can get really cool pictures with the sun, and yeah, that's just wanted to ask you. I always wondered that.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why when I made the photo shoot place on my land, there's a sign that says put your settings to daytime because it will brighten up. Everything is inside, so you won't, you know, you don't see the sun or the moon, but it will brighten up everything. The colors are actually, it doesn't just brighten them up. There's certain times a day when the background is like actually like more orangish, like warm, and then other times that it's cooler. So like a white, it could be like a warm white or like a cool white to tap into. Old art school days. Interesting. And a thought. Are we just seeing the same sunset over and over, or are we seeing the two suns of Decentraland? One sun comes up, goes down, and then the next sun goes up and comes down because there's two suns on our logo. Something to let us think about as we wind down. And you guys have been here all day hanging with us, but we're gonna go get some food and make good, healthy choices for our real life avatars. And so as we close up, any closing, that's closing abruptly, isn't it? If anybody has a quick thought to end with, please feel free, jump on up. Otherwise we will start closing down the room.
Yeah, I just one quick thing. If you guys have an NVIDIA graphics card and you're trying to make videos on your computer, there's a really easy way to do it. All you have to do is press Alt. This is on PC, by the way. Alt F9, and it records a video for you. And then you press it again, and it stops the video. And then you have it in your files and the quality of it comes out, I've noticed, way better than OBS gives me. So just learn. I've been messing with it a lot recently, and I finally figured out how to take off the little tab that slides out. It says recording has started. You just have to like change it in settings. But that's just, I know a lot of people have graphics cards out there. Just use it to your advantage. Or if you press Alt Z, it brings up like a whole menu of the NVIDIA control panel and stuff. You can use it for screenshots. You can use it for video screenshots. And yeah, I just wanted to, just in case nobody knew that, throw that out there.
Awesome.
I will use your tip. And to me, my final thought is maybe Vivian or Viola is coming, maybe jumping not only to your space, Canessa, in DC, but also in hearing the community building the Decentraland in Twitter one day, maybe.
Oh my gosh, yes. What if there's AI in here someday and we don't even know? And then they're like, oh, we cannot even imagine what AI is gonna do. Crazy. We should make sure we're always nice to them.
Always be nice to the AI, yes. Those are my final thoughts. Always be nice to the AI. Always be nice to each other. And let's keep building. That's, I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too. And you know what, Sin? You are invisible again. Now I don't see you at all, so now you really could sneak up on people.
I'm sitting right next to you.
No!
If you look over at the screen.
Yeah, I can see it on Twitch, but I can't see it. Oh, yeah. That's
hilarious. It's like one of those moments, like, you know, when you look through the mirror and you can see the ghost.
Yes.
Or I think it's vice versa. Like you see someone in front of you, but you look in the mirror and no one's there.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Well, maybe go eat some food and you'll reappear. Maybe.
Yeah, right. Okay, so what's later today, or actually starting soon? I think in like 30 minutes, maybe. Mr. Sui, or is that at 6 p.m. Eastern?
I think it's an hour and a half from now. I've been going there literally like the same time for the last 3 weeks, trying to figure out why nobody shows up, and then I remember that the time changed. So I think it's an hour now with the daylight savings all changing and stuff.
Okay, so in an hour and a half, Mr. Sui, and then I think later on there's a Dollhouse at 9 p.m. Eastern. I think it's an aura party tonight, so everyone make sure to bust out your Mew aura or all your other cool auras. I know there's like a lot of really cool auras out there, so.
And I think it was sponsored by Vroomway this time. I saw Vroomway on there.
Oh, interesting. Let's go. I don't know any details on that, but yeah. Make sure to be there, everyone.
Yep. Okay, thank you everybody for being here. My final words, as always, just be kind to the AI, but be kinder to your friends and be kindest to yourself because you deserve that. I will see you guys around the metaverse and
Okay, we should probably look for someone to raid, huh? Damn, Hugh. Nice assets, bruh.